Chapter 230. Murong Yenren couldn't tell what she was feeling right now. Astonishment, disappointment, panic, and confusion. After so many years of cultivation, the face of that black-clothed youngster in Wuzhou City was actually already somewhat blurred. For a time, she had thought that the two of them were people from two different worlds. When the youth realized this, he would probably laugh at himself for being young and frivolous. From then on, he would throw his unrealistic fantasies to the back of his mind and walk his own path in life with his feet on the ground. The two of them would have nothing to do with each other from now on. 100 years later, that youngster would turn into a cup of dirt. And how far could she go on the path of cultivation? Murong Yenran once thought so, but at this moment, that youngster's declaration once again rang out in her mind, unprecedentedly clear. Miss Murong, I'll give you a sentence. The river flows east for 30 years, 30 years west for 30 years. Don't bully the young for being poor. 3 years later, I'll find you. It wasn't just clear anymore, contacting Reverend Tongling to tell her about the current situation of Xiao Yan and Xianmen Tianzong. Xiao Yan's declaration that day, at this moment, was like Mount Tai pressing down on Murong Yenran's heart, making her feel like she couldn't breathe. Reverend Tongling looked at the dazed Murong Yenran, hesitating for a moment before gritting her teeth and saying, "Actually, there's still a way to solve it." Murong Yenran's eyes suddenly brightened. She hurriedly grabbed the corner of Reverend Tongling's clothes. "Master, what way?" Seeing her expression like a drowning person grabbing a life-saving straw, Reverend Tongling tilted her head, not daring to look directly into Murong Yenran's eyes. "The Qin dynasty's crown Prince Chongyun is going to choose a concubine soon. This is your chance." Murong Yenran opened her eyes wide. "Master," Reverend Tongling sighed in her heart when Ancestor Qing Wei first proposed this plan. She was also stunned. Ancestor Qing Wei's intention was to marry Murong Yenran to the Qin dynasty's crown Prince Chongyun before Xiao Yan came to challenge. Then it would be equivalent to transferring the conflict between Murong Yenran and Xiao Yan from Celerita's sword sect to Crown Prince Chongyun. The Great Qin dynasty indeed wasn't as centralized as the Great Zhou dynasty. In the Great Qin, the four great families had a lot of power and controlled large amounts of resources. At the same time, the Shushan sword sect, Celerita's sword sect, and other sects also monopolized many resources. However, the Great Qin dynasty's royal family was not weak, and they still had great control over the Great Qin dynasty's territory. They competed with the large families and sects, but they also depended on each other. When Murong Yenran married the crown prince of Chongyun, she was not an ordinary concubine, but a concubine second only to the crown princess. At this time, if Xiao Yan dared to cause trouble, then he would have to face the pressure of the entire Great Qin dynasty, especially with Xianmen Tianzong's powerful rise, and the fact that he seemed to have some connection with the Great Zhou dynasty. It was even easier to touch the nerves of the various powers of the Great Qin dynasty. This enormous power far surpassed the Celerita's sword sect, Ancestor Qing Wei thought proudly. Don't mention a mere Xiao Yan. I think even that Xian Gate's Master Lin Feng wouldn't dare to mess around. He can only swallow this loss. The only thing he needed to worry about was whether or not the Crown Prince of Chongyun was willing to be this hero. If the Celerita's sword sect used him like this, would it anger the heir of the Great Qin dynasty? When Taoist Tongling raised this question, Ancestor Qing Wei only lightly said, "Just do as I say. You don't need to ask about other things. I have my own plans." The question raised by Taoist Tongling, how could he not have thought about it? It's just that Taoist Tongling didn't know some of the secrets of the Celerita's sword sect. Only they, these Yuanning level old ancestors, knew. Long before he went to the Sand Continent to participate in the opening ceremony of Xianmen Tianzong, the Celeritas sword sect master, and the sect elders had already made a decision to adjust the Celeritas sword sect's route in the future and get closer to the great Qin dynasty. This time marrying Murong Yenran over could just deepen the relationship between the Celeritas sword sect and the great Qin dynasty. It was killing two birds with one stone, and with the Celeritas sword sect as a whole getting closer, Crown Prince Chongyan would naturally have a decision in his heart. These things could even be discussed openly before the marriage. So Ancestor Qing Wei wasn't worried that Crown Prince Chongyan would be dissatisfied. What he needed to plan now was how to let Murong Yenran really become the Crown Prince's concubine. As far as he knew, there were still a lot of people eyeing this position. Ancestor Qing Wei lightly said, "You don't need to worry about other things. Go inform Yenran and let her be prepared." Spiritual Master Tong Ling looked at the shocked Murong Yenran in front of him and thought of Ancestor Qing Wei's instructions. He secretly sighed and said, "Yenran, you don't need to worry. This time you're marrying into the royal family as Crown Prince Chongyan's concubine. Your status is second only to the Crown Prince's concubine. And you have the sect backing you up. You don't need to worry about being bullied." Murong Yenran was so stunned she couldn't speak. She just looked at Spiritual Master Tong Ling with a strange gaze, as if this was the first day she met this teacher. Spiritual Master Tong Ling hardened his heart and said, "Could it be that you saw that Xiao Yan has soared to the sky now, so you want to continue your former fate with him?" Murong Yenran's eyes moved, her expression finally regaining its calm. Her gaze was a bit cold. Whether it's the trash Xiao Yan back then or the Xiao Yan who has regained the title of genius now, breaking off the marriage is my choice. I have no complaints and no regrets. Then, about the marriage between you and Crown Prince Chongyan, Spiritual Master Tong Ling closely followed up with a question. Murong Yenran gazed at the blue sky and white clouds outside the cave and lightly said, "Everything is up to Master. It's good that you can think it through." Spiritual Master Tong Ling patted Murong Yenran's shoulder and went out of the cave. She knew that her disciple needed to calm down. Only Murong Yenran was left in the cave. She gently closed her eyes and sat on the spot motionlessly. After a long time, her red lips opened slightly. "Master, I'm sorry. I should be the master of my own life. I don't need a life arranged by others." Murong Yenran opened her eyes and showed a self-mocking smile on her face. "The Crown Prince's concubine? So noble, but I don't care. If I let others choose a husband for me, why did I refuse the marriage with Xiao Yan back then?" She jumped up and simply packed up her things. Then she calmly walked out of the cave. On the road, she greeted her fellow disciples as usual, very natural. An hour later, Spiritual Master Tong Ling got the news that Murong Yenran had gone down the mountain. Silly, Spiritual Master Tong Ling secretly cursed. She wanted to report to Ancestor Qing Wei, but before leaving, she hesitated. Perhaps because she was also a woman, she had a natural resistance to Ancestor Qing Wei's decision. Spiritual Master Tong Ling shook her head and sighed. "I still have to report to Ancestor after all. At most, I can only buy you a little more time. Disciple, this is the only thing I can do for you." Spiritual Master Tong Ling soon regretted it. When she reported the news to Ancestor Qing Wei, she clearly saw the usually calm old man's body tremble slightly. You must find this evil disciple." Ancestor Qing Wei completely lost his composure. His former elegance and kindness all disappeared, and he suddenly burst into a roar. Spiritual Master Tong Ling looked at him in shock. Master, what on earth? Ancestor Qing Wei breathed heavily like a bellow. He said in a muffled voice, I just contacted Crown Prince Chongyun, and he has said that he will come to Yunqing Peak in person to discuss this matter. Spiritual Master Tongling was shocked. So soon? She didn't dare to go on because she found that Ancestor Qing Wei's eyes had turned red. She hurriedly left to find Murong Yenran. It took a long time for Ancestor Qing Wei to catch his breath. His old face was completely wrinkled like a chrysanthemum. This time he was completely overjoyed. He thought that after marrying Crown Prince Chongyun, Murong Yenran would be overjoyed when she got the news. He didn't expect that Murong Yenran would even give up being the Crown Prince's concubine and directly run away. Before Ancestor Qing Wei's side was stabilized, Murong Yenran first contacted Crown Prince Chongyun. The result was a complete tragedy. Murong Yenran, the bride, running away would bring an extremely terrifying consequence. Not to mention that Crown Prince Chongyun was stood up. Xiao Yan came to challenge, but couldn't see her. This time the pressure from both sides was all on the Celeritas sword sect. In fact, it was pressing down on Qing Qi alone. The so-called lifting a rock and smashing one's own foot. This was exactly it. Ancestor Qing Wei instantly felt that the whole world in front of him had turned black and white. That girl must be caught and brought back. On Yujing Mountain, Zhu Yi took the new version of teaching materials to continue teaching. Xiao Budian was greedy and followed him. Yang Qing stayed in the Medicine Valley to take care of the spirit grass and spirit medicine. Although his Taiyin True Water was not like the Tianyi True Water that could transform everything, it was also a spirit spring water that was beneficial to life and had a wonderful effect in irrigating the medicine field. Yu Hongyan continued to figure out the Tao. After practicing the 8 diagrams' Great Way of Heaven, she felt that her Tao had improved again. She believed that it wouldn't be long before she could condense a pill cauldron. Lin Feng sent away a few disciples, and his own consciousness entered a small world of heaven. In this purple chi world, the little Taotai Tunten was anxiously circling. That was not only the anxiety brought about by the restriction of freedom, but also the irritation of a greedy person facing delicious food in front of him, but he couldn't enjoy it. For Tunten, Lin Feng's cyclic sky purple chi was one of the most delicious things she had ever eaten in her life. If she hadn't been taught a lesson by Lin Feng before, she would have devoured this small world made of cyclic sky purple chi that trapped her. Seeing Lin Feng come, she snorted and curled her lips. Big liar, when are you going to let me out? Also, you said so many delicious things. Are you going to keep your promise? Lin Feng also curled his lips. That last sentence is the main point, right? Tunten blushed and said fiercely, so what if it is? I'm a Tao Tai. Don't panic, said Lin Feng with a smile. The dawn is right in front of us. As he spoke, Lin Feng stretched out a finger, and the cyclic sky purple chi that formed the small world dissipated. The cage that imprisoned Tunten was released. Tunten was stunned for a moment before it cheered. I'm finally free. She landed on the ground and greedily breathed in the rich spiritual chi on Yujing Mountain. Looking at Yujing Mountain, her eyes immediately widened. Great! So many delicious things. Chapter 231. Tunten landed on the peak of Yujing Mountain and immediately began drooling as its gaze swept across the area. Heavens, am I dreaming? Why are there so many delicious things? Everything in the world could be eaten by the Tao Tai due to its innate ability. The only difference was whether it tasted good, whether it could be digested after eating, and whether it would cause diarrhea. There was no such thing as something cannot be eaten. In Tunten's eyes, the spirit grasses and medicines in the medicine fields in the valley, the group of disciples listening to Zhu Yi's teachings under the tree, the leaves and branches of the mysterious heaven treasure tree above his head, and even the rocks of Mount Yujing below his feet were all like fragrant delicacies. Well, it's better not to eat humans, or that guy will most likely get angry with me. Tunton wiped its saliva and secretly glanced at Lin Feng. With a cheer, it charged towards the medicine fields in the valley. Lin Feng shook his head and laughed. With a thought, he communicated with everyone on the mountain. I have a pet, a young Tao Tai. It's currently active on the mountain. Nanhua and Shihao don't interfere. Little Yen and the rest are responsible for capturing it alive. This can be considered as an assignment from your teacher. Everyone acknowledged in unison, and Xiao Yan and the rest quickly took action. In a place where no one could see, Lin Feng smiled maliciously. I'll also let you kids know that there are all sorts of strange things in this boundless world. There are a lot of strong people. You guys can't afford to relax at all. As one of the 4 great ancient demons, the Taotia's innate ability to swallow the world was extremely powerful. Although Tunton was still a peak demon commander and had yet to form a demon nascent to advance to a demon king, it had fused with the Gung Metal Tiger's body, and the true Sunfire, coupled with its innate ability, it could definitely be said to be a top demon commander. Ordinary demon kings might not be its match, so it was perfect as a whetstone for Xiao Yan and the rest. Lin Feng's smile was as bright as the sun. Brats, don't underestimate the enemy or you'll suffer. Tunton's first target was the medicine field. Yang Qing, who was in charge of tending to the medicine field, was the first to encounter Tunton. Yang Qing only had the cultivation of the mid-foundation establishment stage, and did not dare to tarry in the slightest, releasing all the great Yin true water he could control. Unexpectedly, Tunton's eyes lit up. It abandoned the herb field and looked at Yang Qing with drooling eyes. You really didn't lie to me. There really is great Yin true water. The little Tao Tai didn't hold back at all. It opened its small mouth and swallowed Yang Qing's lunar true water. Yang Qing hurriedly withdrew the great Yin true water and looked at Tunton in bewilderment. So little. Tunton grumbled unhappily as it flew in front of Yang Qing and fiercely said, "Do you have any more? If you do, hand them over." Yang Qing's expression was somewhat strange as she looked at Tunton, accurately finding the loophole in Tunton's words. He said carefully, "That's all. That was all." Tunton immediately became unhappy and grumbled, "Why is it so little? It's just enough to rinse my mouth." Yang Qing wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and said with a dry smile, "Please forgive me for my poor hospitality." It really is a pure-blooded Tao Tai. A tall figure appeared in the valley. It was Black Dragon Jieyu in human form. He looked up and down at Tunton with a surprised gaze. Sect Master really got a Tao Tai as a pet. Tunton immediately exploded in anger. "Who's his sole pet? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Be careful that I don't hit you." Jieyu curled his lips. "Your temper is quite wild. It seems that you were brought back by Sect Master not long ago. As a senior, let me teach you some experience. You can have a little temper, but you have to pay attention to the time and place. Sect Master has already clearly said that he wants you back. You'd better obediently follow this old dragon." Jieyu calculated in his mind. Sect Master only said that the 2 guardian elders can't take action, but he didn't forbid me from participating. If I successfully capture this Tao Tai, I believe Sect Master won't treat me badly, right? Yes, but there is a possibility that it will hurt the face of Sect Master's disciples. I have to think of a way to be comprehensive. While Jieyu was thinking happily, Tunton's eyebrows were raised in anger. She looked at Jieyu and sneered. "I have eaten dragon meat, but it's not the meat of an armored black dragon. I hope your taste is better." While speaking, Tunton suddenly opened its mouth. There seemed to be a black hole in its mouth, emitting a huge suction force. Its small mouth seemed to be infinite, and could swallow the entire world. It wanted to swallow Jieyu in one bite. Jieyu had been suppressed by Lin Feng. He didn't dare to lose his temper in front of Lin Feng, nor did he dare to vent his anger on Lin Feng and Xiao Yan and the other direct disciples of Lin Feng. At this moment, Tunten was exactly what he wanted. The armored black dragon also sneered. Others are afraid of you, but my armored black dragon race is not afraid of you. While speaking, Jieyu's body trembled, and a huge amount of blood energy erupted. His figure flashed, and he directly broke away from the powerful suction force of Tunten's devouring ability. Instead, he got close to Tunten and punched with earth-shattering force. The devouring ability of the Taotai race was the most effective against spells. They were best at devouring all kinds of magic power and spirit chi. However, the armored black dragon race was not proficient in spells and focused on the body. Jieyu was not bragging when he said that he was not afraid of the Taotai. Tunten didn't panic when it saw that its devouring ability could not defeat the enemy. It smiled. I am not an ordinary Taotai. Its body shone with a metallic luster, and it clashed head-on with Jieyu. Although it was defeated, it didn't suffer a big loss. A smile blossomed on Tunten's face. Using the Gung Metal Tiger King's body to reconstruct my physical body has indeed raised the strength of my physical body to a whole new level. It's not like I don't have the strength to fight back against this big fellow. Jieyu couldn't defeat Tunten quickly in close combat, so he was the one at a disadvantage. Although he was not afraid of Tunten's devouring ability, the golden true sunfire that suddenly rose from Tunten's body could really threaten him. Fortunately, Jieyu had been cultivating on Yujing Mountain these days. Although he didn't form a demon nascent and advance to a demon king, he still gained a lot. A layer of black scales suddenly appeared on his body, and the scales were flashing with dense incantations. This layer of black scales unexpectedly withstood the burning of the true sunfire for a short period of time. In fact, Lin Feng's attention had never left Tunten, and he didn't stop Jieyu from attacking. At this moment, when he saw Jieyu use this new refining black scales ability, Lin Feng's eyes also lit up. The armored black dragon race has a strong body and outstanding defense against physical attacks. This refining black scales ability seems to be specially used to increase the defensive power of spells. Not bad indeed. Lin Feng stared at Jieyu with a smile. Very good. In this way, the previous plan is really feasible. Jieyu seemed to feel something, and his body shivered. Not good. Why do I have an ominous feeling? It seems that something bad is about to happen. Jieyu shook his head, throwing the distracting thoughts to the back of his mind, and focused on fighting Tunten. Let's see whether my physical strength will knock you down first, or your true sunfire will break through my refining black scales first. Tunten could also see that although the true sunfire could break through the refining black scales, it clearly needed some time. She chuckled. You delivered yourself to me. The little Taotai suddenly opened its mouth and activated its devouring ability again. This time, it continuously devoured the demonic power that Jieyu used to maintain the refining black scales ability. Jieyu was stunned and suddenly wanted to slap himself. He had been preventing the Taotai from devouring his power, but who knew that it would still happen? Sect Master, why did you give something like the true sunfire to this crazy girl? Jieyu's heart flowed like a river. This old dragon has been loyal and devoted, but I didn't get such a good thing. As a member of the dragon race, Jieyu should have very few opponents at the same cultivation level, especially since he did not cultivate magic and focused on physical abilities. He was the most hated opponent of the Taotai race. However, besides its devouring ability, Tunten also had the powerful physique from the Gunmetal Tiger King's body and the true sunfire. With these three attacks, The old dragon was immediately beaten to a pulp. Wang Lin had also arrived at the Herb Valley on his Fei Lian beast. He frowned as he watched the two demons fighting in the sky. This Tao Tai is not easy to deal with. The pressure from Tunten increased. Jie Yu cursed inwardly and had no choice but to run far away. He wanted to run, and Tunten could not stop him. Her face was full of depression. Annoying, there is no more dragon meat to eat. She looked around, and her eyes lit up when she saw the Fei Lian beast that Wang Lin was riding on. Although it's only a Fei Lian of the demon general level and has a mixed bloodline, it's still not bad meat. The Fei Lian beast noticed Tunten's gaze and shuddered. Wang Lin's frown deepened. Seeing Tunten's drooling appearance, he did not have the mood to talk and pointed with his finger. After witnessing Tunten's battle with Jeyu, Wang Lin had already realized how terrifying this demon was. He immediately entered the Yellow Springs extermination state and activated the All-Heaven Yellow Springs Finger's Finger of Extermination, a black domain of extermination, and death chi directly enveloped Tunten. Tunten frowned. It opened its mouth and activated its devouring ability, swallowing all of Wang Lin's magic power that was filled with the power of nirvanic death. Wang Lin was dumbfounded. Tunten smacked its lips and made a retching motion with a bitter face. It's too disgusting. It's so uncomfortable. Lin Feng, who was in the air, was also speechless when he saw this scene. It's just uncomfortable. Given Lin Feng's current cultivation, his main body did not dare to say that it could swallow Wang Lin's power of nirvanic death. It was equivalent to simulating the nirvanic death of heaven and earth in one's body. The body of the war god doppelganger might be worth a try. Lin Feng shook his head. At the end of the day, little Lin's cultivation is still on the low side. If he was in the golden elixir period, like Xiao Yan and Zhu Yi, Tunten would not be able to bear the consequences if he dared to eat the power of nirvanic death contained in his finger. Wang Lin quickly returned to his senses and grunted, "Fifth junior brother." Yang Qing responded. She clapped her hands together, and a vast amount of lunar true water surged out. It had even exceeded the limits of his control. Wang Lin also formed a hand seal with both hands and performed the Yellow Springs Road, paving a black-yellow road in the void. Unlike before, the shape of Wang Lin's Yellow Springs Road had changed. It was sunken in the middle and raised on both sides like a river. Yang Qing's lunar true water fell into this river. Chapter 232. Yang Qing's lunar true water fell into the river formed by Wang Lin's Yellow Springs path and instantly turned into a long, dark green river. The concept of water and earth reached a perfect fusion, turning into a brand new concept. Endless sorrow. The past was like water flowing away, irrevocable. Magical ability, lunar netherworld river. Wang Lin could also use the Yellow Springs true water in the Yellow Springs Pearl to complete a similar magical ability, but he was willing to do it for Yang Qing. He focused on activating the power of the Yellow Springs path. Without being distracted, the power of the Yellow Springs path was unleashed to the extreme. Yang Qing did not disappoint Wang Lin, activating the lunar true water in her body to the fullest. Usually, Yang Qing would often ask Wang Lin for guidance on Taoist techniques. Wang Lin didn't hide anything and patiently guided her. During this process, one of them had a perception of 9, and the other had a perception of 10. The two of them sat together and figured out the extreme netherworld long river. Although this was the first time they officially used it in an actual battle, they had a tacit understanding with each other. The lunar netherworld river was like a heavenly river flowing in reverse, vigorous, and violent, surging violently as it swept towards Tunten. Seeing this, Tunten's small face immediately scrunched up like a steamed bun. "There's clearly so much more, and you lied to me saying there's no more." You're too dishonest." The little fellow was not afraid at all, and directly opened its mouth, displaying the swallow the heavens and devour the earth divine ability, swallowing the lunar netherworld river that was rushing towards it. Seeing this, Yang Qing was a little flustered, and Wang Lin glanced at her. "Calm down, be more courageous." "Yes." Yang Qing took a deep breath, composed herself, and calmed her mind to control the magical ability. The lunar netherworld river made a turn in Tuntun's mouth, spiraling out again. Tuntun was stunned and shouted, "Don't run!" The suction force from her mouth grew much stronger, but Yang Qing steadied her mind this time. She carefully controlled the Great Netherworld River, causing it to continuously circulate and contend against Tuntun's swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Wang Lin faintly nodded as he stared at Tuntun, his calm gaze tinged with iciness. With a thought, a stone bead that gave off a faint yellow glow suddenly floated into the air. It was Wang Lin's personal treasure, the underworld bead. After Wang Lin reached the Foundation establishment realm, he could finally use some of the functions of this pearl. Under Wang Lin's control, the underworld pearl suddenly emitted the sound of flowing water, and streams of dark yellow underworld true water gushed out. Tuntun revealed a disgusted expression when he saw the yellow spring true water. Yellow spring true water, it's so disgusting, so annoying. She didn't want to swallow the yellow spring real water, so when she saw the dim yellow water approaching her, she used the sun real fire to resist the yellow spring real water. The flickering sun real fire, which looked like thousands of golden needles clustered together, collided with the dim yellow spring real water. Both sides fiercely clashed. Tuntun's cultivation was higher than Wang Lin's, but Wang Lin's yellow spring real water had the support of the underworld pearl. Neither side could do anything to the other for a while. "This pearl is a good thing, but I wonder how it tastes." As he spoke, Tuntun opened his mouth, and a powerful suction force immediately rushed towards the underworld pearl. Wang Lin's expression immediately changed. He wanted to withdraw the underworld pearl, but found that it had already been captured by Tuntun's power, and he couldn't take it back. "Let go." Wang Lin's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He pointed the finger of annihilation at Tuntun, but he couldn't stop Tuntun from using its power. The power of death from the finger of annihilation was directly swallowed by Tuntun. While Wang Lin was panicking, flames suddenly flashed in the sky, and a powerful pressure shrouded Tuntun's head, making Tuntun feel a trace of pressure. Two flame wings, one gold and one blue, opened and closed. Xiaoyan had already arrived at the scene. He stared at Tuntun and sneered, "You want to swallow my junior brother's treasure? Do you want this thing of mine?" As Xiaoyan roared, the two flame wings refined from the true sun fire, and nether evil brilliance transformed into two vast seas of fire on the left and right that surrounded Tuntun. Xiaoyan, who had already formed a golden elixir, naturally gave Tuntun far more pressure than Wang Lin and Yang Qing, who were at the Foundation establishment stage. Facing him, Tuntun had no choice but to abandon the food that was already in its mouth. It released the underworld pearl and faced Xiaoyan's two great fires with all its strength. Little Taotai used the sun real fire against the sun real fire. After resisting Xiaoyan's sun real fire, it aimed its devouring power at the nether evil flame. Just as it swallowed a little of the nether evil flame, Tuntun suddenly exclaimed, "It's so hot, and the taste is so strong." Its tone wasn't one of fear. It was like a diner who couldn't wait to swallow a hot delicacy. Although it was scalded, it still ate to its heart's content. Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows. "I'll let you eat." As he spoke, he was about to take out the evil flame overlord sword, but Xiaoyan suddenly had another idea. "Maybe I can try." With a thought, Xiaoyan's two great true fires suddenly underwent a change. They were no longer clearly separated, not interfering with each other. The tips of the nether evil flame and the sun-real fire, which had transformed back into two wings behind him, faced each other in the air above Xiao Yan's head. The two great fires seemed to be fusing. The fusion between the two great fires wasn't smooth. Both were extremely domineering top spirit fires in the world. When they collided, it would be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. This was the result of Xiao Yan's deliberate control. Now that he wanted to fuse them, it immediately caused a fierce collision. Chaotic and violent waves of magic power constantly radiated in all directions. Even the leaves of the mysterious Heaven Treasure Tree, which covered the sky above Yujing Mountain, trembled slightly, looking askance at this destructive power. A smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face. Within the smile, there was a hint of insanity. His originally black eyes, at this moment, a dazzling gold color appeared in one eye, and a dark bluish-purple color appeared in the other eye. Wang Lin and Yang Qing subconsciously retreated, just wanting to get as far away from Xiao Yan as possible. They swallowed their saliva and moved back a little, under the horrified gazes of the surrounding people. The fusion between Xiao Yan's two great fires gradually became stable, but it was also because of this stability that it revealed a more terrifying aura. A strange light shot out of Xiao Yan's eyes. The 3-year battle with Murong Yenran was coming soon, which put his spirit in a state of excitement and depression. He couldn't wait to do something to vent his emotions. But now, the fusion of the two great fires and the release of the terrifying power made him feel comfortable. Seeing this, Lin Feng nodded slightly. It can't be wrong. The Emperor of Fire. This is Xiao Yan's destined path. Although Xiao Yan's experiment hadn't been completely successful, with Lin Feng's current cultivation and vision, he could see at a glance that if this magical power of Xiao Yan's was perfected and could be controlled freely, even an old monster at the early stage of Yuanying's stage couldn't resist it. Killing an enemy that was an entire great stage above him could really be called domineering. But Lin Feng certainly wouldn't let Xiao Yan's attack detonate on Yujing Mountain. At this moment, Xiao Yan still couldn't perfectly control the fusion of the two fires. If he was the slightest bit careless, the first person to explode would be Xiao Yan himself. Xiao Yan, your magical power still needs to be perfected. Don't use it on Yujing Mountain. Just scare that little girl. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to Xiao Yan. Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Xiao Yan's somewhat paranoid mind cleared up and he calmed down again. But on the surface, Xiao Yan still wore a sinister smile as he looked towards Tunten. I wonder if you have any interest in eating this thing? Tunten looked at the two great fires that were gradually fusing above Xiao Yan's head. It licked its little lips as if it had made a great decision, and shook its head. Never mind. This thing looks like it will get a stomachache. But after I form a demon nascent and advance to a demon king, I must have a taste. Tunten made a face at Xiao Yan, turned around, and disappeared without a trace. With Xiao Yan here, she could only give up on Wang Lin's Yellow Springs Pearl and Yang Qing's Lunar True Water. Lin Feng looked at the scene in front of him with interest, suddenly receiving Zhu Yi's sound transmission. Master, this Tao Tai is very strong. If us senior and junior brothers attack together, we can surround and kill her, but to capture her alive, the difficulty is really not small. It's not difficult to capture her alive. Try to think of things from a different perspective, Lin Feng said with a smile. Master always tells you guys in all things in the world, there are big Daos, small Daos. Everything has its own reasoning. Think about how hunters hunt wild beasts in the mountains in the secular world. Besides shooting with bows and arrows and fighting with blades and spears, what other methods are there? After a moment of silence, Zhu Yi's voice had a hint of a smile. This disciple understands. Lin Feng was on Jade Capital Mountain. Everything that happened on the mountain was within his grasp. Very soon he saw Zhu Yi arrive at the heaven-returning gold pavilion in the pill room, randomly picking one out of the many gourds hanging on the wall, and then leaving the pill room. Zhu Yi poured out a pill from the gourd and pointed with his finger. Two streams of magic power, one black and one white, poured into it, and then put the pill back into the gourd. He then casually threw the gourd on an empty space and dodged. After a short while, Tunten appeared. The little guy landed from the air and stared at the gourd on the ground for a long time, muttering to himself, "It looks like an obvious trap and bait." Lin Feng and Zhu Yi, who were secretly watching her, laughed at the same time. "I'm not afraid of you suspecting it's a trap, but I'm afraid you don't know where the trap is. Given the Taotia's nature, even if it knew it was a trap, it would still eat it. On one hand, it was its gluttonous instinct, and on the other hand, it was confident in its devouring and digestive ability." As expected, Tunten grinned and swallowed the entire gourd containing the pill. Zhu Yi smiled and shook his head. He performed a hand seal and directed his magic power. Tunten immediately felt something was wrong. Inside her body, there was a barrier that was weaved by light and darkness. It looked like an altar, the great light and darkness mandala boundary. With a thought from Zhu Yi, the great light and darkness boundary suddenly showed signs of collapsing. "I've been tricked again," Tunten wailed. Zhu Yi's method of dealing with her was exactly the same as that day when Lin Feng first made her swallow the cyclic purple qi, and then manipulated the cyclic purple qi to turn it into a small world in her body to simulate the destruction of heaven and earth. Lin Feng looked at this scene, shaking his head and laughing. "They all say that smart people won't fall on the same rock twice, but you, this glutton, just have to remember to eat and not learn. I really don't know whether to say that you're stupid or that you're greedy." While Lin Feng was thinking, Zhu Yi was about to close the net. Suddenly, a figure flashed and captured Tunten, who was unable to move because of the great light and darkness boundary. It was Tiny Tot, but the little guy didn't greet Zhu Yi. He directly grabbed Tunten and disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng curiously looked at Tiny Tot and found that the little guy had no intention of bringing Tunten to report to him. Instead, he took Tunten to a secluded cave residence in the mountains. Chapter 233. Tunten swore that if she was given a chance to choose again, she would never fall for such a simple trap again. Although he said that, the little fellow was still a little lacking in confidence. "It's mainly because that guy and his disciples are too cunning and evil. They always deceive a simple Taotai like me." No matter how dissatisfied Tunten was, the great light and darkness mandala boundary that she had swallowed had begun to collapse, simulating the power of nirvana. The power of nirvana created by Zhu Yi in the Golden Elixir period was far stronger than that of Wang Lin in the Foundation establishment stage. Tunten did not dare to move and used all her strength to stop the great light and darkness boundary from operating to prevent it from being destroyed. When Lin Feng's small world of nirvana was destroyed, Tunten could not fight back at all. She could barely suppress it now, but she could not move at all and could only be trampled on. Tunten was cursing inwardly when her vision suddenly darkened. A human youth who looked a few years older than her appeared in front of her. It was Tiny Tot. The little guy chuckled as he looked at Tunten. He grabbed her and quickly left the area. "Hurry up and run, or second senior brother will catch up." The little guy mumbled as he grabbed Tunten and fled to a secluded cave dwelling in Jade Capital Mountain. He first threw Tunten on the ground before carefully walking to the entrance of the cave. He stuck his head out to observe the situation outside. After discovering that Zhu Yi had not caught up, he nodded in satisfaction and pointed with a finger, using his magic power to create a camouflage technique to seal the cave entrance. Tunton was still restrained by the great light and darkness mandala boundary and could not move. She could only curl her lips. Why did you save me? Who said I was going to save you? Tiny Tot walked over with a smile, squatted in front of Tunton, and looked her up and down with a strange gaze. Tunton shuddered and shouted, "What do you want to do? I only mate with the black water, mysterious underworld." Mate. Tiny Tot was taken aback for a moment before he reacted. "Uft, who wants to mate with you? I don't want it even if you beg me." Tunton frowned. "Then why did you bring me here?" The little guy chuckled and began to use that hair-raising gaze to size up Tunton again. Tunton suddenly felt that the little guy's gaze was somewhat familiar. AI, so familiar. Where have I seen him before? Oh, that's right. My clansmen, my father and mother, have the same look in their eyes when they see something delicious. Yes, that's right. I think I have the same look when I see something delicious. Then he waited. Tunton's eyes abruptly widened, looking at the little guy in horror as it stammered, "You wouldn't want to eat me, right?" The little guy nodded as if it was a matter of course. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I capture you?" He rubbed his hands excitedly and said with a smile, "You don't know, but I have a lot of favorite foods, but meat is still my favorite. I've basically eaten all the spirit beasts and demonic beasts in the northern foothills of Kunlun Mountain, and there are many delicious ones, like the fire spirit sparrow, dragon carp, silver spirit loach, 8 treasures chicken, and so on." The little guy licked his lips as if he was counting his family treasures. "My favorite is the 8 treasures chicken. It's very tasty." He turned his head and smiled at Tunton. "However, I really haven't eaten tautai meat before. Given the fame of the 4 great primordial beasts, their meat should taste pretty good, right?" Tunton's little head shook like a drum. Not tasty at all." The little tautai was about to cry. It had always been the tautais that devoured all things. When had anyone ever wanted to eat the tautais? Tunton instantly felt as if its view of the world had been turned upside down. It wailed in its heart, "Dad, Mom, where are you? Tunton is so pitiful. Not only did I not get anything delicious, I was even eaten by a human, woo-woo, Shao Buddy, and did not notice anything, and was still circling around Tunton as he clicked his tongue in admiration. It's said that good feed can produce delicious meat. You tautai have devoured so many treasures of heaven and earth, so your meat should taste pretty good. Also, you guys have eaten so many good things, the meat should be rich in spirit chi and spirit energy." At the juncture of life and death, Tunton had no choice but to use its lazy little brain. It really did think of a good excuse. "My meat is not tasty at all. My original tautai body was destroyed, and this body was reconstructed." Seeing that the little guy had already started to swallow his saliva, Tunton hurriedly said, "My current body was reconstructed after I devoured the remains of the Gunmetal Tiger King." The little guy raised his eyebrows. "Gunmetal Tiger race." Tunton nodded repeatedly, who knew that the little guy would laugh. "That's not bad. I haven't eaten Gunmetal Tiger meat before, but it's very unpalatable." Tunton hurriedly said, "Think about it. It's all metal essence energy. It's hard to chew it in your mouth." Seeing that the little guy was skeptical, Tunton hurriedly added fuel to the fire. "I am a tautai. AI, we are so gluttonous. Yet we would never think of taking the initiative to eat the aged metal demon tiger, because it is too disgusting." "If that's the case, then it's really a pity." The little guy frowned and looked at Tunton with dissatisfaction. "Say, why are you so useless, letting someone destroy your body?" Tunton was about to cry. It thought to itself that it also wanted to protect its body, but was it just to let you eat it today? However, seeing that the little guy finally didn't plan to eat it, Tunton let out a long sigh. That's right. The little guy's eyes suddenly lit up. He clenched his right hand into a fist and hammered his left palm, emitting a clear and crisp sound. His gaze once again fell on Tunton, causing the little Tautye's heart to jump. Tunton hurriedly said, "It really doesn't taste good. It really doesn't taste good." The little guy waved his hand and said with a smile, "I didn't say I was going to eat you." Hearing that it wasn't going to be eaten, Tunton immediately relaxed and carefully asked, "Then what do you want to do?" The little guy blushed and somewhat bashfully said, "About that, I have something to tell you, but don't tell anyone else." Hearing this, Tunton became spirited and patted its small chest. "Don't worry, I definitely won't tell anyone else." The little guy awkwardly said, "Actually, my favorite thing to eat is not meat, but Tunton curiously asked, "What is it?" "I love to drink animal milk." The little guy's toes touched the ground and continuously rubbed it. He seemed very embarrassed, and his little face was flushed. Tunton almost laughed out loud, looking at the little guy who was already 11 or 12 years old. It thought, "It seems like this little demon king isn't that scary after all. He's already over 10 years old and still loves to drink milk. Ha ha." However, Tunton naturally did not dare to openly laugh at the little guy. It could only hold back its laughter and said, "Actually, it's nothing." The little guy embarrassedly smiled and continued, "If I want to eat meat, I can go hunting in the Kunlun mountain range, but if I want to drink animal milk, it's best to rear a female beast on Yujing Mountain. But there are only two demonic beasts on Yujing Mountain. One is a Fei Lien, and the other is the black dragon that Master subdued. But they are both male." The little guy was still talking to himself, but Tunton's expression had already changed when it heard this. At this moment, it could not laugh at all and stared dumbfoundedly at the little guy. "Looks like you understand what I mean." The little guy embarrassedly smiled and stared straight at Tunton. "Do you have milk? Squeeze some for me. Speaking of which, I haven't drunk Tautye's milk before." Tunton felt a wave of dizziness under the little guy's eager and expectant gaze. It let out a loud cry and burst into tears. This time, the little guy did not want to cry in his heart. He really cried. The little guy looked at the crying Tunton and pursed his lips. "What are you crying for? If you don't have milk, just tell me. I won't laugh at you. Sigh, I'm the one who should be crying, okay?" The little guy sighed. "I haven't drunk animal milk in a long time. I'm so pitiful, so pitiful, so pitiful." The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched when he saw this scene from the top of Yujing Mountain. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Does this mean that evil people will be punished by evil people? There really was a higher mountain. The glutton had met the king of gluttons. After bringing the two little guys up the mountain, Lin Feng looked at the crying Tunton and said with a smile, "You still dare to run around?" The little girl hugged Lin Feng's trousers and said pitifully, "It's too dangerous on the mountain. It's safer to be by your side." Lin Feng smiled and pointed at the little guy. "You're a little idiot." The little guy was puzzled. "Master, what's wrong with me?" Lin Feng smiled and pushed Tunton in front of him. This little guy's thousands of years of life have been used to eat. The amount of delicacies it's eaten are innumerable. It's completely a walking gourmet guide. Why don't you hurry up and coax it? The happiness of your belly will depend on her. The little guy's eyes lit up. "That's right." He patted Tunton's shoulder with a smile. "When we go out in the future, tell me more if there's anything delicious. We'll go eat together." Tunton nodded with a bitter face. It thought to itself, "I just hope you don't eat too happily and end up wanting to eat me again." Lin Feng smiled and sent the two little guys away. With a thought, he summoned Black Dragon Jieyu to his side. Jieyu looked at Tunton's disappearing figure with lingering fear. He respectfully bowed to Lin Feng. "Sect leader, you were looking for me?" Lin Feng smiled. Are you envious of that little guy for getting so many good things? Jieyu's heart jumped. He hurriedly said, No, no. He stole a glance at Lin Feng's expression. Seeing the smile on his face, he boldly said, I'm a little envious, but sect leader, you must have your own arrangements. Lin Feng nodded noncommittally. He flicked his finger, and a ball of light landed in front of Jieyu. Jieyu was overjoyed when he saw it. The ball of light contained 1/3 of the gunmetal tiger king's demon infant essence. Happiness came so suddenly that Jieyu felt dizzy for a while. Lin Feng looked at the happy Jieyu, the corners of his mouth revealing a smile as warm as the sun. Chapter 234. Ever since Lin Feng killed the gunmetal tiger king and captured its demon infant essence and corpse, Jieyu had been coveting it. For him, anything he ate could help him break through the peak demon commander realm, successfully form a demon infant, and advance to the demon king realm. Unfortunately, all this time, Lin Feng did not let him get what he wanted. Now that the thing he dreamed of was finally in front of him, Jieyu was so touched that he was about to cry. It should be because of my performance in the battle with the Tao Tai. Although I didn't win, the sect master also saw my effort. Although he only had 1/3 of the demon infant essence, Jieyu was still very happy. Cultivating on Yujing Mountain was no worse than cultivating on Baiyun Mountain in Taishu Temple. These days, his strength had improved a lot. After swallowing the demon infant essence, Jieyu's demonic power suddenly surged, and then suddenly shrank. As the demonic power shrank, Jieyu's dragon aura became even more terrifying. In the void above Yujing Mountain, there was a burst of thunder. After swallowing 1/3 of the gunmetal tiger king's demon infant essence, Jieyu finally broke through his bottleneck and was about to undergo the lightning tribulation and form a demon infant. Lin Feng looked at this scene with interest. He found that there were some differences between the lightning tribulation of the demon race and that of the human race. Whether it was him or Kong Nanhua, when undergoing the lightning tribulation to form their nascent souls, they used their own power to resist the lightning tribulation and kept the enemy outside the country, not daring to let the lightning tribulation touch their bodies. But when the demon race underwent the lightning tribulation, it was the opposite. Instead, they directly spat out their demon core and let the lightning tribulation strike the demon core. If they could withstand it, the demon core would turn into a demon infant and become a demon king. If they could not, they would turn into ashes and everything would become a bubble. Compared to the way the human race underwent the lightning tribulation, it was more primitive, more bloody, and more dangerous. It was full of a barbaric vitality and a spirit of resistance. But it was also closer to the primitive great Tao of heaven and earth, imitating nature. This time, Jieyu did not spend too much effort to undergo the lightning tribulation. With his original cultivation, he could actually trigger the lightning tribulation, but he only had a 50-50 chance of success, so he deliberately suppressed his demonic power to prevent triggering the lightning tribulation. Now that he had obtained 1/3 of the gunmetal tiger king's demon infant's essence, Jieyu's accumulated strength was enough for him to successfully cross the lightning tribulation. In the process of being struck by the tribulation lightning, the jet black beast core kept flashing with a faint golden metallic luster, which made the black beast core even more solid and immovable. When the tribulation lightning finally dissipated, the jet black demon core still did not suffer much damage. Amidst the flashes of light, after the thunder tribulation, Jieyu's jet black demon core let out a crisp sound, like a cracked egg. However, these cracks were not cracks of damage or destruction. Instead, they were filled with the aura of new life. The cracks quickly expanded until they covered the entire Yao Dan. Black light shot out from the cracks. The Yao Dan completely shattered, and a snake-like young dragon leaped out from the black light. Its body trembled slightly, and when its scales opened and closed, there was no fishy smell of snakes or insects. Instead, there was a sweet fragrance. These fragrant scents quickly condensed into jet-black, auspicious clouds, and the dragon might emanating from them made one involuntarily want to bow their heads in submission. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Very good. Now, you are also a demon monarch of the dragon race. It's a pity that your dragon race is special and cannot be called a dragon king. Among the ancient demons, those who formed a demon infant could be called a demon monarch, and those who cultivated an indestructible demon soul could be called a great sage. Only the dragon race was an exception. In the dragon race, those who formed an indestructible dragon soul could be called a dragon king. It seemed like they were one level lower than the other demon races, but in fact there was a saying in the demon race, one level lower when meeting a dragon, other than the Tao Tai and Golden Crow, which had the bloodline inheritance of the primordial great demons. The other demon races were a head lower in front of the dragon race. The ruler of the primordial world, even today, was still very famous. Jie Yu's demon infant merged with his body. When he opened his eyes, a majestic and overbearing aura was emitted. The black, smelting dragon race, not to mention the primordial heavenly dragon race. Even among the demon race, they had the strongest body. After Jie Yu advanced to the demon monarch realm, he just sat there motionlessly, but the terrifying blood and qi in his body kept boiling, as if he was going to tear space apart. If he fought with the Gung Metal Tiger King again, Jie Yu was confident that he could beat the metal cat until it cried for its parents. But in front of Lin Feng, Jie Yu did not dare to be the slightest bit presumptuous. Before the opening ceremony, during the battle on the Sand Continent wastelands, even though Jie Yu did not participate in the battle, but under Lin Feng's deliberate arrangements, he witnessed the entire process. The scene of Lin Feng instantly killing Yu Qianshan, the cloud elephant ancestor, and the others with a snap of his fingers was deeply engraved in his mind, making him unable to even think of resisting. The old dragon bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. "It's all thanks to Sect Master's help that Jie Yu can be where he is today. If Sect Master has any orders, Jie Yu is willing to follow Sect Master up to the heavens and into the Yellow Springs." Lin Feng smiled. "You don't have to go to the 9 heavens or the Yellow Springs, but I do have something I need your help with." Jie Yu said with emotion, "Sect Master, please tell me, Old Dragon will not refuse." He looked impassioned on the surface, but he actually had his own plans. This Xian Men Sect Master is actually quite kind. During the battle at the Sand Continent, he did not order me to fight with those Yuanian cultivators. Even if he needs me for something, it should be something that I can definitely do and not something that would force him to do. And this person is generous. As long as I do my job well, there should be a lot of benefits for me. Jie Yu was calculating in his mind, but Lin Feng did not care. He just asked indifferently, "When you fought with that Tao Tai, did you use a defensive divine power?" Jie Feng nodded and said, "That is the innate divine power of my refining armor race. It is called the Curse Refining Armor Race. It uses demonic energy to form special incantations and inject them into one's own scales, turning the scales into refining black scales, which can resist most spells and curses." He had a proud expression on his face. "This is originally a divine power that can only be cultivated after forming a demon infant, but I have been cultivating on this immortal mountain these days and comprehended many laws of the world, so I can use it when I was at the peak of Demon Commander. Now that I have formed a demon infant and advanced to Demon King, using this divine power will increase my defense even more." Jie Yu chuckled. "Now, if that little Tao Tai uses solar true fire to burn me again, I won't be afraid of her. Solar true fire is one of the 7 great true fires in the world. It is indeed domineering, but she a demon commander, will need a long time to break through my refining black scales. Before that, I would have already turned her into minced meat. Lin Feng nodded with interest. What if she also advanced to Demon King? Jieyu shrunk his neck and said gloomily, "It's hard to say. We'll only know after we fight." Although he was reluctant to admit defeat, he clearly knew that they were at the same cultivation level against Tunton, who had two powerful weapons, the true Sunfire and the devouring heaven and earth ability, and whose physical body was not much weaker than his. The old dragon would still lose. Lin Feng did not expose him and said indifferently, "It is indeed a good divine power, and I need your scales to play a role." Jieyu patted his chest. "Sect Master, please tell me, Wait, Sect Master, you just said you need my scales to play a role?" Lin Feng nodded. "Yes." Jieyu carefully asked, "Sect Master, may I ask, how do you want to use it? Do you want me to fight with someone who is skilled in magic?" "That's not the case." Lin Feng shook his head, a smile playing on his lips. "I made it very clear just now. You don't need to guess, just take it literally. I want your scales. To be more precise, I need you to provide me with some refining black scales." Jieyu broke out in a cold sweat. His worst prediction had come true, and he immediately understood that Lin Feng wanted to peel off his dragon scales. Sect Master, I don't." Jieyu was tongue-tied. Lin Feng smiled and treated Jieyu with unprecedented kindness. "Trust me, it'll be fine. Come, don't be afraid. It won't hurt at all." In the next instant, a tragic wail rang out in the sky above Yujing Mountain. Xiao, Badian, and Tunton, who were studying the delicacies together, could not help but shrink their necks when they heard the ghostly wails and wolf howls. "Who is this? Why is he screaming so frighteningly? Was he thrown into the frying pan alive?" Looking at the refinement technique black scale in his hands, Lin Feng carefully analyzed the principles and concepts of the incantations within, comprehending something in his heart, the so-called curse-warding armor. The armor is actually secondary. The main point is this curse. It seems to be a variation of some secret great Tao ability of the dragon race. I have to study it when I have time. The refining black scales I have should be enough, right? Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. "It's okay if it's not enough. I can just collect more when the time comes." Behind him, Jieyu, who was trembling all over as if she had been gang-raped by dozens of men, was about to cry. She was glad that her ordeal was over, but when she heard Lin Feng's last sentence, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. After spending some time with Jieyu, Lin Feng flew to a branch of the Xiantian treasure tree and sat down. He took out the refining black scales, the dragon tendon rope that he had won from the lottery, and the red flame demon eye that Yan Mingyue had given him. The dragon tendon rope and the refining black scales immediately resonated. When the two met, a faint dragon roar could be heard. Even the great auspicious cloud, which was unique to the primordial heavenly dragon, gradually condensed. When the great might auspicious cloud came into contact with the vermilion flame demon eye, made a buzzing sound. The flame in the center of the transparent sphere was quietly burning, but at this moment it jumped as if a sleeping primordial heavenly dragon suddenly woke up and opened its eyes. The majestic and terrifying power was even stronger than Pang Jie's Dharma form of heaven and earth. It was only slightly weaker than the hexagonal sword. Lin Feng nodded approvingly. Not only is it a Dharma treasure embryo, its quality is also quite outstanding. When it is truly refined into a Dharma treasure, its power will be among the best among Dharma treasures. It's a pity that I haven't attained the essence soul realm, so I can't let you show your true power, said Lin Feng with a smile. However, the rich have their ways of living, and the poor have their ways of living. With that said, Lin Feng pointed at the Xiantian treasure tree. A branch with a few leaves snapped. The branch that was as huge as a mountain kept shrinking as it fell until it was the thickness of an ordinary tree branch. It landed in Lin Feng's hand. Chapter 235. Lin Feng held the mysterious heavenly treasure branch in his right hand and gently stroked the branch with his left hand. A few leaves on the branch fell and floated in the air. Bind! Lin Feng gave a light shout, throwing the mysterious heaven treasure branch that only had a branch left into the air. Then the dragon tendon rope also flew up together, splitting into several strands and wrapping around the branch. The surface of the mysterious heavenly treasure branch flashed with rainbow light and coated the dragon tendon rope with a layer of treasure light. The dragon tendon rope seemed to come to life and intertwined with each other, quickly forming a frame network. Lin Feng pointed at the refinement black scales. Rise! A large number of refinement black scales also flew into the air. Under the control of Lin Feng's faith, they attached themselves to the frame made of dragon tendon rope. The dragon tendon rope, which flashed with the same rainbow light as the mysterious heavenly treasure branch, penetrated the refinement black scales one by one after they touched the refinement black scales. Soon, with the mysterious heavenly treasure branch as the backbone, the refinement black scales and the dragon tendon rope weaved together to form a rainbow-colored dragon scale armor. As the treasure light flashed, the armor became one. A majestic dragon might spread out, causing people's hearts to tremble. However, there was a hole in the chest area of the armor. Lin Feng's expression was calm. He raised the vermilion flame demon, and shouted, "Combine!" Under the control of his magic power, the vermilion flame demon, also flew into the air and fitted into the empty space in the chest area of the armor. After the vermilion flame demon, and the armor became one, it immediately let out a deafening dragon roar, as if it could pass through the endless void. The leaves on the branches of the mysterious heavenly treasure tree near this area started to shake. Everyone else on Jade Capital Mountain was alarmed. They turned to look at the sky and saw that under the shade of the mysterious heavenly treasure tree, there was a faint red cloud that was constantly moving, emitting a terrifying power that made people's hearts palpitate. Kong Nanhua and Miao Shihao had already formed yuanying. At this moment, facing the red cloud, they also felt their hearts palpitate. Sect Master, this is refining a magic treasure. Kong Nanhua quickly reacted. Miao Shihao also came out of his cave abode and walked to the mysterious heavenly treasure tree, standing side by side with Kong Nanhua to be able to instinctively make us feel fear. It is indeed a magic treasure. Jia, you also stared blankly at the red cloud. That is the great might, auspicious cloud of the dragon clan, and it's from the fire dragon race. Oh, right, Fairy Yen gifted a vermilion flame demon, to Sect Master. Sect Master wants to refine it into a magic treasure. Sect Master wants my scales to be used to refine magic treasure? Jia, you felt a little better. Magic treasure, it's something incredible. It's worth it for me to have some scales peeled off. Sect Master's success in refining the treasure can be considered as my honor. Dragon on Spirit Heaven Sword, Yen Clan Sword on Heavenly Spirit Dragon, was yuanying treasure. Yen Spirit Yen Feng Sect Treasure, Dragon Sect Spirit Treasure was on Dragon on Heaven Spirit Dragon Tao Spirit. That was a yuanying spirit treasure. When it encountered a primordial spirit treasure, it would naturally be suppressed. Xiao Yen raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Zhu Yi. Although I don't know if it will be this magic treasure, according to Master's usual practice, he will probably reward a magic treasure to the person who advanced to Yuanying stage first. The others will probably have to wait a little longer to get the good stuff. Second junior brother, are you interested in competing to see who gets this magic treasure in the end? Zhu Yi smiled faintly. It won't always be little junior brother who wins first. On one hand, he was expressing his confidence. On the other hand, he was also pushing Xiao Yin. Previously, you weren't the first to form your gold core and get a Yuanying spirit treasure. Why are you so enthusiastic? How could Xiao Yin not understand what he meant? He laughed loudly. Then let's wait and see. Lin Feng had already expected such a big commotion, but he didn't care. He looked at the armor in front of him. In the middle of the armor's chest, the vermilion flame demonic eye was like a huge dragon's eye, and it was also staring at him. Lin Feng smiled. With a point of his finger, the leaves that fell from the mysterious heavenly treasure tree earlier flew up and landed on the vermilion flame demonic eye, covering it up. When these leaves combined with the armor, their shape changed. They seemed to have also become pieces of armor, full of a metallic texture. The mysterious heavenly treasure tree's colorful light merged with the armor's own light, and the vermilion flame demonic eye didn't reject it. Although the mysterious heavenly treasure tree's appearance covered the vermilion flame demonic eye, it didn't affect the display of its power. At this moment, the whole armor was completely refined. Endless spiritual power and demonic aura fused together, revealing an aura of life. Lin Feng could clearly sense that there was a new life consciousness about to be born. Now's not the time. Lin Feng shook his head regretfully. He raised his finger and pointed at the center of the armor's chest, where the vermilion flame demonic eye was. The life aura wasn't erased by Lin Feng, but the intelligent consciousness was forced back into the vermilion flame demonic eye by Lin Feng. With a thought, the battle god clone came to Lin Feng's side. With a bang, the armor in front of him was put on the battle god clone. The size of the armor was automatically adjusted to fit the battle god clone's figure. The width, the length, the fat, and the thin were all just right. When the armor and the battle god clone were completely combined, it suddenly let out a mighty dragon roar. Bright red flames lit up and flickered with colorful light, covering the battle god clone's body. The flames also covered the battle god clone's head, but it didn't hurt it at all. Instead, it gradually solidified and turned into a helmet covering the battle god clone's face. The helmet looked like a dragon's head. After putting on the helmet, the battle god clone turned into a giant with a dragon head and a human body. The leaves on the armor opened and closed, just like the dragon's scales shaking. The fiery pythons and dragons roared furiously as the blazing flames swirled around the god of war's clone. The silhouette of a primordial, heavenly dragon appeared in the void behind him. With a shake of its scales, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Primordial spirit artifact, flame dragon, heavenly armor. Feeling the terrifying energy wave in front of him, Lin Feng wore a satisfied smile. Strictly speaking, the armor in front of him wasn't a real artifact. The vermilion flame demonic eye was not refined. It was an artifact that had the power of an artifact combined with a lot of artifacts. Although it was just a combination and not refined, both the power and the intent within it had reached the level of an artifact. It could even give birth to an artifact spirit. However, if that was the case, the flame dragon, heavenly armor that had its own consciousness, might not necessarily submit to Lin Feng. Or rather, even if it did submit to him, it would have other thoughts. It would be great if it didn't drag him down at the crucial moment. Therefore, Lin Feng decisively suppressed the birth of the artifact spirit. Instead, he merged the armor with the battle god clone. From a certain perspective, the The battle god clone had become a part of the artifact spirit. In other words, it was a part of the artifact spirit. Lin Feng turned the consciousness of the battle god clone into the artifact spirit and merged it with the armor. In other words, a part of Lin Feng's consciousness was placed on the flame dragon heavenly armor. That way, Lin Feng would have absolute control over the combined artifact. The downside was that if the artifact spirit was damaged, Lin Feng's main body would be affected too. The physical strength of the clone of the war god is basically already standing at the peak of what a nascent soul stage cultivator can achieve. Even though its spells are slightly weaker, but it is not an exaggeration to say that its overall combat strength is even stronger than the current Lin Feng. Now that it had merged with the Flame Dragon Heavenly Armor, its strength had increased to the next level. It was almost equivalent to a primordial soul realm cultivator, and one with extremely powerful Dharma spells. Lin Feng said in his heart, "Right now, these good materials, just by putting them together, they already have such powerful strength. After I truly advance to the primordial spirit realm and completely refine and fuse them into one, becoming a true magic item, then the power can really be said to be world-shaking." With a thought, the flame dragon heavenly armor turned into a ball of flame and disappeared into Lin Feng's forehead. Kong Nanhua and Miao Shihao welcomed Lin Feng as he landed from the Mystic Sky Treasure Tree. Kong Nanhua cupped her fists and said with a smile, "Congratulations, sect leader, for successfully refining the artifact spirit." Miao Shihao also covered her mouth and giggled. With sect leader's habits, I wonder which kid will get the artifact spirit in the end. It doesn't have to be this one. Lin Feng faintly smiled, bragging without any preparation at all. The treasures that I bestow upon my disciples all have to fit their actual needs. However, I don't plan to change my habits. I'll give an artifact to whoever advances to the nascent soul realm first. Miao Shihao said with a smile, "I wonder who will be the lucky one." "Brother Shihao, I'm more optimistic about Xiao Yin. TSK. He's powerful and domineering, brave and diligent. He's a man that I like." Lin Feng grinned. He thought to himself, if Xiao Yin heard you say that, he would be so scared that his cultivation level would drop back to the foundation-building realm. He turned to look at Kong Nanhua and asked with a smile, "What about Nanhua?" Kong Nanhua smiled. "Sect leader, are you going to open a bet? Then I'll join in as well. I bet that your second disciple, Zhu Yi, will be the first to advance to the nascent soul realm." "Oh, what's the reason?" Lin Feng's eyes flickered. Tianhao is about to reach adulthood, and his temperament has gradually stabilized. His strength will enter a period of rapid growth, so he should be the most hopeful. Kong Nanhua explained, but his golden elixir is a little special. The 9 orifices of the Xiantian realm are like 9 heavenly grotto heavens that can devour the heavens and earth. But when he advances to the late phase of the golden elixir, he will have to complete the entire golden elixir. This process is much more difficult than others. If he doesn't have any special opportunities, he will have to spend a lot of time on this. "That's true." Miao Shihao nodded his head. Kong Nanhua continued to say, "Xiao Yin controls 2 great true fires. Right now, among your sect's disciples, his combat ability is one of the best. Before, when he wanted to merge the 2 great true fires, that terrifying power made even me and fellow Miao's heart palpitate. But his character is too firm, and it's easy for him to break. If he continues like this, I'm afraid that he will suffer some losses. Although it won't affect his vitality, it will delay his cultivation. In the end," Kong Nanhua concluded, "as for your second disciple, Zhu Yi, he might seem mediocre, but he's actually calm and composed. Every step he takes is well planned, and every step he takes is steady. So he's the least prone to accidents. So I'm optimistic about him. Lin Feng faintly smiled. Kang Nanhua's conclusion also inevitably had traces of his personality in it. As for Miao Shihao, it was purely a hobby. What about the sect leader? Who do you think will win? Miao Shihao asked with a smile. Chapter 236. Sect Master. Who do you think will win? Upon hearing Miao Shihao's question, Lin Feng smiled. I won't hide it from you. It's not easy to answer this question now. I'm also looking forward to them giving me a surprise. Kang Nanhua and Miao Shihao looked at each other. Miao Shihao covered her mouth and giggled. Sect Master doesn't know either because there's a huge variable, Lin Feng said indifferently. This variable is little Lin. Kang Nanhua and Miao Shihao both had thoughtful looks on their faces. Although they didn't have a talent detector like Lin Feng and could accurately know the 4 potential values of the disciples, given their current cultivation level, and the fact that they had been in contact with Xiao Yan and the others for a period of time, they could naturally see that Wang Lin was different from the others. Lin Feng continued to say, the suspense lies in when Linny can form his core. If little Lin can successfully form his core before the 3 of them advance to the advanced golden elixir stage, then I'm most optimistic that little Lin will be the first to form his nascent soul. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and drew a circle of light in the air. If Xiaoyi advances to late stage or his core stage before Linny forms his core, then my point of view is the same as Nanhua's. Xiaoyi will most likely be the first to form his core. The image in the circle floated, revealing the scene in the Medicine Valley. There were 2 figures inside. They were Wang Lin and Yang Qing. Yang Qing picked up a spirit herb that Tunten had trampled and sighed, his face full of frustration. In front of Tunten, he had almost no power to fight back. If he didn't release all the great Yin true water in his body, he wouldn't even be able to protect himself. However, releasing all the great Yin true water wasn't something he could control right now. If the true water went berserk, the outcome would be unpredictable. Wang Lin glanced at Yang Qing and said faintly, once you realize your own shortcomings, you have to cultivate even more diligently. It's not good to feel sorry for yourself, and it's also not good to rely on others. Yang Qing mumbled, I feel that no matter how hard I work, I can't catch up with eldest senior brother and second senior brother, little junior brother. Sigh, when he called me senior brother, I was so embarrassed that I wanted to find a hole to hide in. Wang Lin got on his Fei Lian beast and flew away. His voice echoed in the air. If you keep thinking like this, you will never be able to catch up to him. Yang Qing stared blankly at the medicinal field in front of her, and after a long time, she forcefully slapped her face. Cheer up, the enemy that destroyed Cloudwater Cave is probably even more ferocious than Tao Tai. How can I avenge everyone in my current state? Master accepted me as a disciple. If I can't recover after this, won't I let him down? No, I can't embarrass him. Lin Feng and the other 2 looked at the image in the light circle. Miao Shihao chuckled. Although his temperament is a little weak, he still knows what's good for him. It's just that in the future, Kang Nanhua frowned slightly and turned to look at Lin Feng. Sect Master, Yang Qing's temperament is actually somewhat similar to Hong Yan's. But as fellow Miao said, he is introverted and gentle. I'm afraid it won't be good for him in the long run. Kang Nanhua's words didn't seem to make sense at first. She put the gentle and humble Yang Qing and the resolute and heroic Yu Hongyan into the same category. But Lin Feng understood his meaning at the first moment, nodding his head in deep thought. When Kang Nanhua said that Yang Qing and Yu Hongyan were similar, he wasn't referring to the way they handled things, but the fact that they both lacked initiative. Their efforts, their struggles, their efforts, in the end, were all for others. Yang Qing pulled himself together and walked out of the blow of the battle with Tao Tai. In the end, he was different from Wang Lin. Wang Lin constantly strived to become stronger and took the initiative to make himself stronger. Yang Qing, on the other hand, did not want to disappoint Lin Feng. To be precise, as a disciple of Lin Feng, he did not want outsiders to say that he had lost face for Lin Feng in the future. He did not want outsiders to accuse Lin Feng of not having a good eye for accepting disciples. He wanted to become stronger in order to avenge the people who had destroyed his sect's water cloud cave. He wanted to repay Lin Feng's kindness of saving him. But Yang Qing's subjective idea of making himself stronger was not strong. Yu Hongyan seemed to be courageous and fearless, but in fact, in terms of cultivation philosophy, she was very similar to Yang Qing. Yu Hongyan was eager to become stronger. Previously, because of the national enmity between Snowgale Country and the Great Zhou dynasty, she inherited the will of her deceased brother Yu Hongfeng. It was Yu Hongfeng's faith that had been leading her forward, and after the Gale Association was destroyed by Zhang Lai, Yu Hongyan's motivation to move forward became to find Zhang Lai for revenge. Lin Feng and Kang Nenhua could be 100% sure that if the Great Zhou dynasty and Zhang Lai disappeared overnight, then Yu Hongyan would be at a loss and would not know what to do. However, Yu Hongyan's character was unyielding and strong-willed. Even if she lost her goal, she would continue to move forward according to inertia. As for Yang Qing, after losing the driving force brought by the outside world, he was afraid that he would completely lose the motivation to move forward. He himself lacked the desire to move forward. Perhaps returning to the countryside and being a leisurely wanderer was his final destination. Lin Feng lightly said, Yang Qing's potential is actually far from bottoming out. This was the truth, but it was not convenient for him to tell Kang Nanhua and Miao Shihao in detail. From the first day he accepted Yang Qing as his disciple, Lin Feng was actually a bit curious. How did Yang Qing's 9-point root bone come about? Xiao Budian's 10-point root bone was because he was born to build a foundation and was born with a supreme spirit platform. Xiao Yan's preparatory empress, Xiao Zhen, had a root bone of 9-point, but with a glance, one could tell that she had an extraordinary background. With such a high root bone, it was very likely that her bloodline inheritance gave her some kind of bonus. Yang Qing's root bone was the same as Xiao Zhen's 9-point. Among the people that Lin Feng had probed, they were the two with the highest root bone under Xiao Budian. How could he have such a high root bone? After he became Lin Feng's disciple, Lin Feng also secretly probed, but he did not find anything, which made Lin Feng even more curious. Kang Nanhua and Miao Shihao misunderstood Lin Feng's meaning. Miao Shihao smiled and said, if Yang Qing's temperament and willpower could be stronger, his future should be limitless. Lin Feng's expression did not change, but he was smiling bitterly in his heart. The system gave Yang Qing's will. This value was the value of his talent potential, not the current attribute value. In other words, the system was certain that Yang Qing's will in this life was only 5 points, unless there was a huge external factor interfering, just like that young master Red Leaf, Yi Piaoxue, who mindlessly opened a harem and forcefully squandered his good fortune. If he was allowed to develop normally, the data given by the system would actually be his final height. If he wanted Yang Qing's will to improve, he would have to undergo a huge and painful change in his temperament. Putting aside the fact that Lin Feng had always been skeptical about the authenticity of events that could cause a person's temperament to change overnight, if such a thing really happened with Yang Qing's weak willpower, he was afraid that he would be completely defeated and have a mental breakdown. The destruction of the Cloudwater Cave was originally an opportunity, but the continuous intervention of the Wind God sect and Lin Feng made this opportunity slip away. If not for the intervention of the Wind God sect and Lin Feng, Yang Qing's temperament might have changed greatly, and he might have embarked on the path of a powerhouse to take revenge alone, but he might also not be able to withstand such a huge blow and have a mental breakdown. His willpower completely depressed. The pursuit of the Wind God sect and the appearance of Lin Feng to save him gave Yang Qing another choice at the fork of the road of fate. Lin Feng would sometimes think, if not for him and the Wind God sect, which path would Yang Qing take? Although I'm looking forward to you becoming stronger, I'm afraid that you'll have to pay a huge price, so much so that you won't be able to bear it. Lin Feng sighed in his heart. After all, you don't look like Xiao Yan and the others who have the protagonist's halo to protect you. When a real crisis comes, it's hard to predict whether you'll live or die. Lin Feng's thoughts moved, and the image in the halo changed, turning back into Wang Lin's appearance. He saw Wang Lin sitting on the back of the Fei Lian beast, and even before he returned to his cave abode, he had already started to meditate and cultivate, not willing to relax for even a second. Kong Nanhua and Miao Shihao looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Little Lin's comprehension is shocking. Once he successfully forms his gold core, the reliance on his bone frame for cultivation will be greatly reduced, and comprehension will be more important. With his willpower, he will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng smiled, and with a wave of his hand, the halo dissipated. He descended from the sky and arrived in front of Xiao Yan and the others. At this moment, Xiao Yan was looking at Tunten with a sneer on his face. I almost forgot. If I'm not wrong, the Tao Tai that squatted in the ring and sucked all my magic power dry was you, right? Tunten curled its lips. You're still talking about it? That little bit of magic power. And the quality is very poor. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Xiao Yan was so angry that he laughed instead. You're quite picky with your mouth. Now, I can let you eat all you want in one go, but I don't know if you have the guts to do so. Tunten immediately wanted to retort, but suddenly recalled the terrifying power contained in the fusion of Xiao Yan's two great true fires. Its little head shrank slightly, and it mumbled, I'll owe you for now. I'll eat you when I form my demon nascent soul. Eldest senior brother, calm down. Calm down. Xiao Badian hurriedly blocked Xiao Yan, whose body was already emitting a cold killing intent. I'm still waiting for her to bring me to find delicious food. Xiao Badian paused for a moment, and then continued, Moreover, it's useless to kill her. Her meat doesn't taste good. Tunten, who was originally quite grateful to Xiao Badian, immediately twitched its mouth when it heard this, and turned its head away. This pair of senior and junior brothers are not good birds. Lin Feng also shook his head and laughed. He came behind Tunten, reached out his hand to grab its little head, and directly pressed it at a 90-degree angle to bow to Xiao Yan. I'll give you a chance to say it again. What should you say now? Good. Tao Tai doesn't fight when the odds are against him. Tunten, who was grabbed by Lin Feng, could not resist at all, and it curled its lips. I'm sorry, it was my fault before. I apologize to you, please forgive me. Lin Feng smiled. What else? Tunten rolled its eyes. If there's anything I can do in the future, feel free to tell me. I will make up for the mistakes I made in the past. Xiao Yan recalled that Lin Feng had said that Tunten was his spiritual pet, and seeing Tunten admit defeat and apologize, his anger immediately eased a lot, and he looked at Tunten and snorted, Forget it! I'll thank the heavens if you don't come and make trouble for me again. Tunten made a face at him. Lin Feng patted its head, then turned to look at Xiao Yan and suddenly asked, Are you ready? The others did not understand what Lin Feng was talking about, but Xiao Yan immediately understood. The smile on his face disappeared, and he solemnly bowed to Lin Feng, reporting to Master, Disciple is ready. Chapter 237. Disciple is ready. Xiao Yan said very seriously. Lin Feng nodded his head. Pack up, we're getting ready to leave. Xiao Yan asked, Master wants to go with me? Lin Feng smiled unconcernedly, saying, Master definitely won't interfere with the arranged battle between you and Morong Yanran, but if that Celerita's sword sect has any other thoughts, Master will teach them what the rules are. His words sounded nice, but actually Lin Feng's true thoughts in his heart were like this. Face slapping, the legendary counterattack, stomping face slapping. I can't not watch this kind of show. Lin Feng only felt the fire of gossip in his heart burning fiercely. Back then when he took in Xiao Yan as a disciple, he had always been looking forward to the day when he could become a powerful spectator. As for the Celerita's sword sect and whatnot, in front of the one who counterattacks and slaps face slapping, that's like floating clouds. He just needs to be a good background board for them. Xiao Yan chuckled, saying, just from the fact that they sent people to Wuzhou City with Murong Yanran that day, you can know what the Celerita's sword sect is thinking. The Celerita's sword sect's cloud-traversing peak is in the southeast part of the Great Qin dynasty, right? The little guy suddenly seemed to have thought of something, turning his head to look at Tunton, and asked, I remember you said that in the southeast part of the Great Qin there's a kind of demon snake whose meat is very delicious. Tunton nodded his head, licking his lips with an expression of endless aftertaste. Jade cloudhorn snake, the taste is pretty good. The little guy made a sound of acknowledgement, arriving in front of Xiao Yan, and said seriously, eldest senior brother, I'll go with you. If that Murong Yanran's fellow disciples want to act shamelessly and gang up on you, I can lend you a hand. Get lost, Xiao Yan said crossly. If you want to go catch demon beasts to eat, then just say it. Don't use such a high-sounding pretense. The little guy was not annoyed, chuckling, and said, mainly to cheer for eldest senior brother. Everything else is just in passing. Lin Feng chuckled as he shook his head. He was the standard type of person who enjoyed watching a show. Bringing along Tunton, and the rest was nothing. Zhu Yi stayed on the mountain to teach the new disciples, while Wang Lin and Yang Qing wholeheartedly cultivated. Other than Xiao Badian, Lin Feng also brought Yu Hanyan along. Yu Hanyan was different from Yang Qing. She was not suitable for closed-door cultivation. In a sense, actual combat could help her improve and break through. Xiao Badian looked at Xiao Yan and was suddenly lost in thought. After a long while, he suddenly turned his head and said to Lin Feng, Master, after eldest brother's matter is settled, I want to go find my parents. Lin Feng nodded and said, I paid attention to the news of your parents earlier, but they never returned to your Shi clan, and there's still no news of them after so many years. The biggest possibility is that they are staying in a different space, so there's no news of them. Xiao Badian opened his eyes wide, and his eyes were filled with worry. Master, Lin Feng smiled, slightly. Don't worry, there's something you might not know. All the disciples of your Shi clan who are above the golden elixir period will leave behind a life lamp in the clan's ancestral hall, establishing a connection with their own soul. As long as the soul is not extinguished, the life lamp will not extinguish. Your father betrayed the clan for you, but your Shi clan has elders who took pity on you and your father, and still kept your father's life lamp. Lin Feng continued, the latest news I received is that your father's life lamp is safe and sound. Xiao Badian heaved a sigh of relief, but there was still some worry on his face. Zhu Yi's eyes flickered, and he also said softly, Master, in about half a year, it will be the time for the Great Zhou dynasty's new Anka examination. Disciple wants to go back and participate in this examination. Don't worry, Master. Disciple will not delay the teachings of the disciples on the mountain. Lin Feng looked at him and slowly said, I've always been at ease when you do things. This examination is indeed the most suitable opportunity for you to fulfill your wish. Zhu Yi nodded and didn't say anything more. He and Lin Feng both knew that right now Xianmen Tianzong and the Great Zhou dynasty are in the honeymoon stage. Even if it's to take care of Lin Feng's feelings, Emperor Liang Pan of Zhou won't be stingy. If Zhu Yi participates in this examination, if he can pass, he will definitely be able to help his mother, Meng Bingyun, obtain a title of nobility. With Liang Pan's imperial decree from above, the Marquis of Xuanji Zhu Hongwu will definitely obey. As for how much he can obtain, that will depend on the specific situation after Zhu Yi arrives at the Great Zhou dynasty. Before leaving, Lin Feng gave some instructions to Kong Nanhua and Miao Shihao, and then went to Wang Lin's cave. When Wang Lin saw Lin Feng arrive, he hurriedly stopped his training and paid his respects to Lin Feng. After Lin Feng waved his hand, he gave a porcelain bottle that contained pills to Wang Lin. "Master?" Wang Lin was a bit baffled. Lin Feng said, "This porcelain bottle contains the heavenly connecting pill of the Heavenly Sword sect. There are a total of 7 pills. Use them according to the situation. Even though this pill can be used many times, the medicinal effect will decrease with each use." When Wang Lin obtained the heavenly connecting pill, he didn't feel that there was any problem. Among the people of the same sect, only he is suitable to use this kind of pill. Using pills to aid cultivation, in the end, is definitely not as reliable as a cultivator's own cultivation. If the foundation is not stable enough, don't mention Xiao Yan, the little guy, and Zhu Yi, even Yang Qing, and Yu Hongyan would definitely wish to rely on their own hard work when cultivating and not swallow pills. Even if they themselves were willing, Lin Feng wouldn't allow it. If it's the 33 Heavens Fortune Immortal Pill, then it's a different story. That's on a completely different level from the heavenly connecting pill. After using it, there won't be any side effects at all, and the medicinal effect will be off the charts. But Wang Lin is different. Wang Lin's innate foundation is too low, and it is destined that his cultivation in the qi cultivation and foundation building stages will be as slow as a tortoise's crawl. If others spend a day, he will need 8 to 10 days of hard work. But both his foundation and willpower have reached the maximum value, ensuring that even if Wang Lin relies on pills to raise his cultivation, he can still perfectly consolidate his originally shaky foundation and have a true auxiliary effect. If not for the fact that the effects of the heavenly connecting pill will weaken with each use, Lin Feng even planned to think of a way to mass-produce the heavenly connecting pill and use a large number of heavenly connecting pills to feed Wang Lin. So when Wang Lin obtained the heavenly connecting pill, he only thanked Lin Feng in his heart. He didn't feel that eating it alone might cause dissatisfaction among his fellow disciples. Lin Feng silently looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "Little Lin, you have a firm will, which is your strong point. Master won't say anything unnecessary, but I'll just remind you that more haste makes waste. Don't be impatient in everything." Wang Lin raised his head to look at Lin Feng, feeling as if Lin Feng's gaze could see into the bottom of his heart. The difference in strength between different opponents was not that obvious, but when everyone took turns to capture Tunten, the gap in cultivation between Lin Feng's disciples was vividly displayed. In terms of actual combat, the strongest was undoubtedly his eldest disciple, Xiao Yan, who had forcibly suppressed Tunten, who had been rebuilt from the remains of the gunmetal Tiger King, and possessed the devouring the heavens, devouring the earth, and true sun fire. The terrifying pressure brought by the fusion of the nether evil blaze and true sun fire made Kong Nanhua and Miao Shihao raise their eyebrows and scared Tunten away. Strictly speaking, Zhu Yi didn't directly attack, but he ultimately subdued Tunten with the great light and darkness mandala boundary. Xiao Badian also didn't directly attack, which was equivalent to taking advantage of Zhu Yi. But after Lin Feng removed Zhu Yi's great light and darkness boundary, Tunten didn't dare to act rashly. Xiao Badian, who was in the 9th orifice of the golden elixir and could devour the world, was the strongest among Lin Feng's disciples in terms of magic power. After practicing the wind and lightning mandate, Xiao Badian's already powerful physical body became even more destructive. The Black Dragon clan had the strongest physical body among the primordial Sky Dragon clan, and was one of the best in the entire demon race. But if Jieyu hadn't formed her nascent soul and advanced to Demon King, she might not have been able to suppress Xiao Badian. Tunten couldn't do anything to the three in a head-on confrontation. Among the remaining people, Yu Hongyan wasn't present, so Yang Qing and Wang Lin were miserably suppressed by Tunten, especially Tunten, who had swallowed Wang Lin's power of nirvanic extermination, was completely unharmed. As a power of nirvanic extermination, the collapse of Zhu Yi's great light and darkness boundary had rendered her immobile. Wang Lin didn't doubt himself like Yang Qing, but he hated his powerlessness even more. Therefore, he would work harder. Staying beside Xiao Yan and the other two was a great pressure for others. If they couldn't turn the pressure into motivation, they would be crushed, including the time in the mysterious Heaven Cycle Light Grotto Heaven. Wang Lin had been suppressed by this pressure for more than 10 years. Fortunately, his will was strong enough. If it was someone else, they would either have a mental breakdown and self-denial, or their mind would be distorted and devoured by jealousy. Lin Feng silently looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he nodded vigorously. Disciple will follow master's teachings. I will be careful. After giving Wang Lin some pointers, Lin Feng led Xiao Yan and the others away from Yujing Mountain, heading towards the Celeritas Sword Sex Cloud traversing peak. He didn't control Yujing Mountain to directly descend. That would be cool, but the nature would directly change. It would no longer be a spar between disciples, but an attack on someone else's sect. However, Lin Feng naturally still had his ways to be cool. Jieyu, who had already advanced to the Demon King stage, was the best means of transportation. The master and disciple group stood on Black Dragon Jieyu's back, traveling thousands of miles in an instant, flying towards the cloud-traversing peak. No need to travel through space. Lin Feng said to Jieyu, "Let's just fly all the way over like this. Let this group of little guys appreciate the beauty of the mountains and rivers and broaden their minds." This time visiting the sect to fulfill the agreed competition, Lin Feng planned to make the scene as big as possible. Only then would it be convenient for him to raise his own reputation and the sect's overall reputation in areas outside of Kunlun Mountain. Sure enough, crossing the border on a dragon, and a Demon King stage dragon at that, it really couldn't be low-key even if you wanted to. Very quickly, on the road from Kunlun Mountain to the cloud-traversing peak, Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong's reputation became more and more resounding. On the cloud-traversing peak, the big shots of the Celeritas Sword Sect also received the news that Lin Feng and disciple were about to visit, a group of people staring at each other. Junior brother Qing, still hasn't found Morong Yanran? Chapter 238. Lin Feng and the others flew on Black Dragon Jieyu and soon entered the southeast region of the Great Qin Empire. Tunten looked at the mountain scenery below and pouted. "I remember the jade cloud-horned snake is nearby." Xiao Budian's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Master!" Lin Feng smiled and tapped Jieyu below with the tip of his foot. Jieyu immediately understood and slowed down, descending to the ground. "Withdraw your aura, or you will definitely scare the jade cloud-horn snake away." Tunten unceremoniously patted Jieyu's head. Jieyu was enraged, but noticed that Xiao Budian beside Tunten was nodding in agreement. Jieyu had no choice but to swallow back his anger. "Smelly girl, don't let this old dragon find a chance. Otherwise I will tear you apart. Now, the gap between our cultivations is not the same." Jieyu thought bitterly, but he still restrained his dragon's might. Demons that formed their Yao core could withdraw their demonic qi, but the dragon aura of the dragon clan was too special. If Jieyu was still a Yao commander, he would not be able to completely withdraw his dragon aura even if he tried to control it. But now that he had formed his Yao nascent and became a Yao king, it was a piece of cake for him. He withdrew his demonic chi and dragon aura. Although he still looked like 100-feet-long dragon, there were no demonic chi fluctuations. Everyone landed in the mountains. Jie Yu shook his head and snorted, 200 miles east. Xiao Budian was overjoyed. Thank you. He jumped down with Tuntin and rushed east. Xiao Yan glanced at them. Master, I'll go take a look. Don't let anything happen. Lin Feng said, no worries, it's just a Yao commander, level jade cloud horn snake. Xiao Yan explained, I'm worried that they might encounter someone and something unpleasant will happen. Yu Hongyan asked, given Tianhao's cultivation, there are very few people who can do anything to him, right? Xiao Yan curled his lips. I'm worried about the people they encounter, not Pihu himself. Yu Hongyan was speechless, but Jieyu nodded in agreement. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yan and smiled. If it was Little Li who said this, I would think it's reliable. But you? If something really happens, I'm afraid it'll be even bigger than Tianhao. Xiao Yan chuckled. Master, don't look at me with your old eyes. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Forget it. If you want to go, then go. He turned to look at Yu Hongyan. Does Hong Yan want to join in the fun as well? Yu Hongyan shook his head. No, I'll meditate and cultivate for a while. Lin Feng faintly smiled and did not speak. Yu Hongyan was a straightforward person, and he didn't care too much about other people's opinions. If it was someone else who was good at socializing, he would often seize every opportunity available to him to build a good relationship with his fellow disciples who had entered the sect earlier. Both sides had their advantages and disadvantages. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. It depended on the environment and the specific situation. Although the disciples under Lin Feng's tutelage are all extremely talented, but overall the atmosphere is still quite harmonious. There was a saying that 2 tigers couldn't live on the same mountain. Xiao Yan and the other 3 all had great luck and had the ability to be the protagonists of an era. It was inevitable that there would be some friction when ordinary people had different hobbies and styles, let alone the few of them. Lin Feng was actually very glad, even though there were some competitive situations between the disciples, but overall it was all a healthy competition, and they had already forged a relatively deep camaraderie as fellow disciples. Back in the chessboard world, Lin Feng witnessed the real thoughts and impressions between Tiny Tot and Xiao Yan. From Tiny Tot's point of view, he regarded Xiao Yan as a shield, a bad-tempered gorilla who was easily fooled. But on the other hand, wasn't it also a kind of recognition for Xiao Yan? In Tiny Tot's subconscious, this eldest senior brother was strong enough to solve all difficulties. When he was in trouble, the first person he thought of to ask for help was his eldest senior brother. In Xiao Yan's mind, Tiny Tot was a troublemaker who kept causing trouble and needed his help to clean up after him. But even though he was complaining again and again, and was continuously ridiculing in his heart within the dreamland, the little guy kept on causing trouble. Xiao Yan did not wash his hands of it and not care about it, but instead did his utmost to clean up the mess for the little guy one by one. By the same logic, in Tiny Tot's mental world, Zhu Yi was a big white goose that kept lecturing him. However, although Tiny Tot felt annoyed, he didn't fling his sleeves and leave. Instead, he patiently listened to Zhu Yi's words with a bitter face. In Tiny Tot's mind, Wang Lin was a dog that didn't bark when it bit people, causing him to feel a trace of fear. But in reality, Tiny Tot's strength was far above Wang Lin's. But in the dream, when he met Wang Lin, his choice was to hide and not kill the black dog with a stick. This situation was already a relatively ideal situation. With Yu Hongyan's personality, in such a relatively benign environment, there wouldn't be too many problems. However, the more people there were, the more thoughts there were, and the harder it was to lead the team. These questions were all to test Lin Feng's control as a master. If he could lead his disciples in the direction of healthy competition, it wouldn't matter. Therefore, although the Heaven Spirit replenishing pill formula had already been derived, there was no need to keep the pill, and it could be given to any disciple to consume. Lin Feng still kept it for himself. He had already formed Yuanying. At this point, the effect of the bone-on cultivation was already very small. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't be able to use it himself, so the spirit pill would definitely be given to his disciple. There was no doubt that Wang Lin was the most suitable candidate. The others might not even be able to use it. If one's foundation was poor, there was a lot of room for improvement. On the contrary, if one's foundation was already very high, it would be extremely difficult to improve further. Lin Feng had sufficient reason to believe that if the Heaven Spirit replenishing pill was given to Xiao Badian, it would be no different from a jelly bean. If people like Yang Qing, who had a root bone of 9, took it, there would be no obvious effect. However, Xiao Yan and Yu Hongyan, who had a root bone of 8 points, and Zhu Yi, who had a root bone of 7 points, might have the hope of going to the next level after taking it. And for Wang Lin, although he didn't know the specific effect, it was absolutely immediate. It was just that this kind of medicinal pill was different from the heaven-reaching pill. If it was only given to Wang Lin alone, it was hard to say whether other disciples would have other ideas. They might not have, but Lin Feng wanted to completely eliminate this possibility. Although it would delay Wang Lin's cultivation, Lin Feng could only deal with it for the time being. Fortunately, there was already a pill formula. As long as the medicinal materials for refining were collected, they could produce the Heaven Spirit replenishing pill in large quantities. At that time, not only would Wang Lin benefit, but the level of the entire sect disciples would also receive a huge improvement. As Lin Feng was pondering, his heart suddenly moved, raising his head to look at the sky in the south. "Is it Taoist Qing AI who has come?" Lin Feng asked calmly. His voice was not high, but it echoed in the void within a radius of 300 miles. 300 miles to the south. A crack suddenly appeared in the void. A large amount of green clouds flowed out from it. The clouds carried an old man. It was the Celeritas Sword Sect's Yuanying stage elder, ancestor Qing AI. Only compared to the calmness outside of the Sand Continent that day, the current ancestor Qing AI's mood was obviously more anxious. After seeing Lin Feng, he straightened his expression and once again became a calm and collected appearance. But Lin Feng clearly felt that after seeing him, the ancestor Qing AI's mood became even more restless. When the ancestor Qing AI saw Lin Feng, he first saluted. "So it's the master of Xian's sect in front of me? This old man has been impolite." Lin Feng smiled, faintly. "Taoist friend is too polite. Could it be that you specially came to welcome me? I dare not accept this. I still know the way to Yunxing Peak." "It's my duty. It's my duty." The ancestor Qing AI had a bitter taste in his mouth, lowering his head to see the silent black dragon Jieyu under Lin Feng. His head was even more dizzy. A Demon King-level dragon race as a mount. The rumors are indeed true. Although he knew that Lin Feng brought Xiao Yan to Yunxing Peak to keep the appointment, the ancestor Qing AI really hoped that he would never see this pair of master and disciple for the rest of his life. He did not come to welcome Lin Feng at all, but to find Murong Yanran. Murong Yanran was the new generation disciple that the Celeritas Sword Sect focused on training. For her safety, her master Taoist Tongling gave her a total of 3 teleportation talismans. This matter was originally also permitted by the ancestor Qing AI, but now he was so angry that he only wanted to curse. Murong Yanran left Yunxing Peak, completely unceremoniously using the 3 teleportation talismans consecutively. She instantly escaped thousands of miles away. Not to mention other Celeritas Sword Sect disciples. Even Taoist Tongling An elder in the golden elixir period couldn't find her whereabouts. In desperation, the ancestor Qing AI had to personally go out. Those 3 teleportation talismans were originally refined by him, so he could barely catch the traces and chase all the way. Seeing that he was about to catch up, the ancestor Qing AI had already felt the dawn of hope in front of him, but who knew that he just happened to bump right in front of Lin Feng. The old man really wanted to cry now, but had no tears. But the ancestor Qing AI didn't dare to neglect Lin Feng, so he could only secretly send a message to the other Yuanying period elders of the Celeritas sword sect to come over here to help and continue to secretly search for Morong Yenran, while he braced himself to do the work of welcoming the guests. The ancestor Qing AI's little actions couldn't be hidden from Lin Feng, but Lin Feng didn't care. If the other party wanted to set up an ambush and beat him up, he wasn't afraid either. Lin Feng was just a bit curious about the restless mood of the ancestor Qing AI. This old man seems to have lost something and is in a hurry to find it. But on the surface, Lin Feng didn't show the slightest bit of his emotions, faintly smiling. I have long heard of the great name of Celerita's Sword Venerable, but I still haven't had the chance to meet you, so this time I have to pay a proper visit. The ancestor Qing AI forcibly suppressed his anxious mood and said seriously, before I went out, the sect master of the blind sect also mentioned that he wanted to meet the sect master of Xian Gate. The strength that Lin Feng showed before, even the powerful figures of the primordial spirit realm also had to treat him seriously. After a pause, the ancestor Qing AI tentatively asked, "Disciple of the blind sect Morong Yenran, there seems to be some misunderstanding between you and your disciple in the past. It's all some young and vigorous fighting between young people. I really don't think it's true. What do you think?" Chapter 239. Ancestor Qing Wei asked tentatively, "There seems to be some misunderstanding between Morong Yenran, a disciple of the sect, and your disciple in the past. It's just a fight between young people. I don't think it's true. What do you think?" Ancestor Qing Wei also knew that his question was a bit too straightforward, but at this moment he could only bite the bullet and ask. It seems that Morong Yenran's strength is limited, and she is definitely not Xiao Yan's opponent. Lin Feng already understood in his heart. He smiled slightly and said, "Whether it's true or not, it's not up to me. It's up to them." However, based on the current situation, this seat's disciple has always remembered this agreement of 3 years. Lin Feng's tone was flat, but what he said made Ancestor Qing Wei shudder. "Xiao Yan is my chief disciple. If he wants to go to the Xingyun Peak, I will naturally support him." Lin Feng looked at Ancestor Qing Wei, whose forehead had begun to sweat, and said silently, "Taoism friend, don't get me wrong. I will definitely not intervene in the bet between the 2 juniors. This time I am going to the Xingyun Peak with Xiao Yan purely to visit Flowing Light Swordsman. There is no other intention." Ancestor Qing Wei smiled dryly. "Of course." Although there was a smile on his face, at this moment his heart was more bitter than eating gold thread. Although Lin Feng's tone was light, the unspoken meaning in his words was extremely clear. He would not intervene in the bet between the 2 juniors. In other words, if it's not only between the 2 juniors, but also someone else intervenes, then I won't be polite. Your ancestor Flowing Light Swordsman of the Celerita's sword sect is indeed a primordial spirit powerful figure. But in front of me, he also has to follow the rules. If you want to be shameless, then let's compete to see whose magical power is stronger and whose magical power is greater. Ancestor Qing Wei felt aggrieved, but in front of Lin Feng, he did not dare to lose his temper, which really made him depressed to the extreme. With Lin Feng's magic power, the area within 300 miles in circumference around him was completely isolated, and Patriarch Qing On was 300 miles away. Patriarch Qing On dared not to explore the area where Lin Feng was with his own magic power. Therefore, he couldn't see that in Lin Feng's position, 200 li to the east, Xiao Yan and the other two were curiously watching a jade cloud-horned snake hunt for food. Just as Lin Feng had said, this was a jade cloud-horned snake that had formed a Yao core and reached the strength of a demon commander. Its entire body was green like jade, and it was not very large, only about 10 meters long. However, its Yao Qi was extremely violent. The jade cloud-horned snake had a long horn on its forehead that emitted a fragrant scent. As the scales on the snake's body opened and closed, there was a faint green miasma swirling around the jade cloud-horned snake's body. Although it did not have the power of the Dragon Clan's great auspicious cloud, it was still extraordinary. Tunton drooled as he looked at the jade cloud-horned snake and introduced it to Xiao Badian. And Xiao Yan, the jade cloud-horned snake, has 3 treasures. The most delicious part of its body is the horn on its head. Its horn is hard, and there's nothing delicious about it. However, the inside of the horn is hollow, and there's some amber liquid inside. It's the essence of the jade cloud-horned snake, and it's extremely delicious. Besides the juice in the horn, the second most delicious thing on the jade cloud-horned snake is the green miasma released when its scales open and close. Don't look at it as gas, but it tastes very good after being swallowed. Compared to it, snake meat can only be ranked 3rd. Xiao Yan curled his lips. The juice in the horn is fine, but what's so delicious about the gas? Only you Taotai can eat it in such a way. Tunton snorted. You don't know how to taste it. Won't you know when you try it later? Xiao Badian interrupted their argument, his eyes staring at the jade cloud-horned snake at the foot of the mountain. This guy seems to be hunting. The jade cloud-horned snake was constantly activating the dark green miasma around its body, wrapping around a red cloud, as if trying to refine it. Xiao Yan and the others glanced at it and knew that the red cloud was no ordinary item, but a treasure that had been refined. Looking at its magic power and spiritual energy fluctuations, it should be a magic tool refined by a human cultivator. However, this person's cultivation level seemed to be slightly low. Surrounded by the jade cloud-horned snake, he could only defend with all his strength. But the jade cloud-horned snake noticed the existence of Xiao Yan and the others and was obviously very afraid of them. Half of its attention was on them, so the red cloud was still very stable, and there was no danger of it being broken for a while. Xiao Badian rubbed his fists and walked towards the jade cloud-horned snake. He laughed and said, Tunton, do you think it's better to make snake soup, or just roast it and eat it? Tunton rolled its eyes. No matter how you eat it, don't kill it. It's best to catch it alive. Otherwise, the dark green cloud will be wasted. The jade cloud-horned snake that had already formed its Yao core had intelligence that was not inferior to humans. Hearing the conversation of Xiao Badian and the others, it immediately became angry. However, the pressure that Xiao Badian and the others gave it was too great, so it did not dare to act blindly without thinking. But the jade cloud-horned snake was somewhat unwilling to just run away like this. Its pair of vertical snake eyes moved, and it suddenly opened its mouth, spitting out a mouthful of amber-colored Yao Qi. This amber-colored Yao Qi was formed from the juice of its single horn. When the Yao Qi came into contact with the red cloud, although it was still unable to directly break through, it immediately swept the red cloud up from the ground. Wrapped by the amber-colored Yao Qi, the red cloud was directly swallowed by the jade cloud-horned snake with its mouth wide open. It was preparing to escape. It did not matter if the red cloud could not be broken for a while. It could take it away and slowly deal with it after escaping danger. Once it retrieved the red cloud, the jade cloud-horned snake's body bounced off the ground, turning into a green light, and was about to escape into the distance. Wishful thinking. Xiao Yan sneered, waved the black cloud flag, and moved through space. a black light flashed, and he was already in front of the jade cloud-horned snake. The jade cloud-horned snake hissed, and a large amount of green cloud surged forth, wanting to swallow Xiao Yan up. The green cloud carried a faint, grassy fragrance, but Xiao Yan did not have the time to carefully taste it. The wild Yao Qi within the cloud actually caused the entire space to slightly tremble. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. "Good monster, your innate magical ability is somewhat similar to my 8 trigrams disintegration." As he said that, Xiao Yan blasted out a fist, and the enormous power of disintegration came into contact with the green cloud, and the green cloud immediately began to disintegrate. But the jade cloud horned snake's green cloud was indeed powerful, and it actually continuously disintegrated Xiao Yan's magic power. Knitting his brows, Xiao Yan knew that he couldn't continue this stalemate any longer. Among the 3 disciples under Lin Feng that had formed their golden elixir, Xiao Budian's 9 orifices golden elixir could absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. His spiritual energy was the most vigorous, and at the same time, his recovery was also the strongest. The 9 orifices golden elixir could instantly refine a large amount of spiritual energy into his magic power with a single breath. Zhu Yi's light and darkness golden Dan's yin-yang transformation technique was not as vigorous and thick as Xiao Budian's, but its recovery ability was stronger, even more so. On the other hand, Xiao Yan's golden elixir had the strongest explosive power, but its endurance and recovery was a lot lower. Since Xiao Yan cultivated the 8 trigrams Great Tao scripture and absorbed the cyclic violet qi to cultivate, it wasn't impossible for him to slowly exhaust the jade cloud-horned snake with his magic power. However, he recalled Lin Feng's guidance. "Xiao Yan, whether it's your golden elixir magic power or the various divine abilities you've cultivated, your strength lies in your explosive power. Protracted battles aren't your forte, so you should try to make up for your shortcomings. But when it comes to actual combat, you should try to bring out your strengths. Habit is a terrifying thing, and it will often unknowingly affect your judgment. So no matter who your opponent is, remember to play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. Only a dead enemy is a good enemy." Thinking of this, Xiao Yan no longer hesitated. His magic power surged, and a pair of bluish-purple flame wings unfolded behind him. A terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth instantly spread out. "Don't!" Tunten and Xiao Yan simultaneously cried out in alarm, but Xiao Yan's wings formed from the nether evil flame abruptly closed in midair. Like a pair of gigantic scissors, it directly cut apart the green mist around the jade cloud-horned serpent. The bluish-purple wings did not stop, and under the horrified gaze of the jade cloud-horned snake, they directly cut it in half. The vitality of snakes was extremely strong. Although it was cut in half, the upper body where the snake's head was still struggling to escape into the distance, while the lower body landed on the ground and kept twisting. Wind and lightning surged around the little guy's body as he heavily stepped on the jade cloud-horned snake's head, pressing it into the ground. He saw that the jade cloud-horned snake's body was still burning with a bluish-purple netherworld evil flame, and anxiously shouted, "Eldest senior brother, quickly retract your divine ability, otherwise the snake meat will be burnt to nothing." Tunten hopped around Xiao Yan's side and shouted, "I told you to capture him alive. This is too wasteful." Xiao Yan snorted, "If you don't act quickly, the person who is swallowed by it will be in danger. Is human life more important than food?" Tunten did not think and blurted out, "Of course food is more important." Xiao Yan rolls his eyes and no longer pays attention to her. Xiao Budian increased the strength of his feet, stepping on the jade cloud-horned snake until it could not move. He looked up at Xiao Yan, "Eldest senior brother, what if the person you save is an evil person?" Xiao Yan said indifferently, "Just kill it. What else can I do?" He put away the nether evil flame, then broke open the jade cloud horn snake's stomach, revealing the red mist artifact inside. The amber demonic aura had turned back into liquid and returned to the horn on the jade cloud horn snake's head. Without the suppression of the amber demonic aura, the jade cloud horn snake's digestive ability could not dissolve the red mist. As if feeling the demonic aura that had been attacking it retreat, the red mist trembled slightly, but it still did not disperse. Xiaoyan raised his hand and patted the red mist. It felt like patting cotton, as if it was real. Okay, that jade cloud horn snake can't threaten you anymore. You can come out. Hearing Xiaoyan's human voice and sensing that his mana wave was not like that of a demon, the other party finally relaxed. The red cloud mist gradually dispersed, revealing the original appearance of the person inside. The mist turned into a red line and was absorbed into the gourd on that person's waist. After seeing the person's face clearly, Xiaoyan and that person showed an expression as if they had seen a ghost and exclaimed at the same time, "Morong Yanran?" Xiaoyan. The next moment, they shook their heads at the same time. "You've got the wrong person." Xiaoyan shook his head like a drum. He had saved a person for a long time, but it turned out that the person he saved was his former enemy. If Xiao Budian and the others knew about this, he would really lose face. Murong Yenran was even more ashamed and angry. She wanted to find a hole to hide in. For the first time, she felt that there was something more terrible than dying in the snake's mouth. Chapter 240. Even at that time, they had only met once, and they might not have remembered each other's appearance clearly, even though, counting the time they spent training in the blessed heavenly abode, perhaps it had already been more than 10 years since they last met. Even though both of their appearances had undergone huge changes, but Xiao Yan and Murong Yanran still immediately recognized each other's identity. It was just that meeting under such circumstances was really somewhat out of the two's expectations. Murong Yanran was ashamed and angry to the point that she wanted to die, and Xiao Yan was also extremely embarrassed. In Xiao Yan's expectations, either Murong Yanran oversaw the cloud-traversing peak, setting up all kinds of ostentatious displays, waiting for him to come to challenge her, or joining forces with the people of the Celeritas sword sect to kill him halfway. But he never thought that he would meet Murong Yanran in such a sorry state. Xiao Budian handed the half-dead jade cloud horned snake to Tunton and came over himself, asking curiously, "Eldest senior brother, do you know each other?" Xiao Yan and Murong Yanran said in unison, "No. Who are you trying to fool?" Xiao Budian looked at the two embarrassed people, curling his lips, looking at Xiao Yan with dissatisfaction. "Eldest senior brother, I'm at least 11 years old, not a baby. Don't think that I'm so easy to coax, okay?" Xiao Yan rolled his eyes, not answering. Xiao Budian looked at Murong Yanran with a smile. "If I didn't hear wrong, I remember that just now my senior brother called your name." Murong Yanran's face darkened. It seemed that this brat already knew and was purposely playing dumb here. "You're Murong Yanran?" Xiao Budian circled around her. "At that time it was you who dumped my eldest senior brother? TSK, what a character." Being swept up and down by Xiao Budian's unbridled gaze. Although Xiao Budian was only a half-grown child, Murong Yanran still felt ashamed and angry. What made her especially embarrassed was that the way Xiao Budian sized her up was not admiring a beauty, but rather like watching a rare animal. Although you're a golden elixir period cultivator, if you think that you can humiliate me like this, then you're wrong. Murong Yanran pulled herself together and said in a low voice, "Is this the quality of the disciples of Xianmen Tianzong?" The little guy widened his eyes, as if he saw the most astonishing thing in the world. He sneered, "You can't take it anymore? Back then, when you went to Wuzhou City to dump my eldest senior brother, where did your quality go?" Those who humiliate others will always be humiliated by others. What privilege do you think you have? Murong Yenran's face turned pale, unable to speak. Xiaoyan waved his hand. Xiaoyan smiled and said nothing. Xiaoyan stared at Murong Yenran and said calmly, Miss Murong, why are you here? Travel. It seems like you've forgotten that someone said he would go to the cloud-traversing peak to challenge you. Perhaps you think that person will never appear? Murong Yenran took a deep breath, raised her head, and looked straight into Xiaoyan's eyes. I haven't forgotten. Since we've met today, then we might as well finish the bet we made that day. As she spoke, she patted the gourd at her waist. A red mist gushed out and enveloped her whole body. At the same time, the long sword at her waist was unsheathed, turning into a pure, white flowing light that kept flashing in the air. At this moment, she already knew that Xiaoyan's strength was far superior to hers, but she still wanted to fight with all her strength. Her pride and dignity did not allow her to shrink back and admit defeat in front of Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan looked at Murong Yenran silently and did not speak. Xiao Badian looked at Murong Yenran, who was going all out with a smile, and said, The middle stage of Zhuji realm, you can't fight with my eldest senior brother. He turned his head to look at Xiaoyan. Eldest senior brother, let's go back to Master's place first. Ask Master to make a small world. You and her enter there to fight. Let Master suppress your cultivation a bit. Even suppressing it to the foundation establishment stage won't work. We, the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders, are invincible in a battle of magical powers in the same realm. If she wants to spar with you, Master has to at least suppress your cultivation to the qi refining stage. Murong Yenran was so angry that her whole body was trembling, while Xiaoyan looked at Xiao Badian speechlessly. Tunton also did not care about the jade cloud horned snake looking at Xiao Badian and shaking his head, saying in his heart, This little demon king's mouth is too poisonous. If I were that Murong Yenran, other than fighting to the death, there's no second path to take. Otherwise, I won't be able to raise my head in this life. The problem was that the result of a fight to the death was without any suspense, a true fight to the death. Murong Yenran took a deep breath, throwing all distracting thoughts to the back of her head. Raising her long sword horizontally in front of her chest, she said in a deep voice, Celerita's sword sect disciple Murong Yenran, please advise me. She had just finished speaking when she suddenly saw Xiaoyan and Xiao Badian look at each other. Xiao Badian dispiritedly muttering, There's no good show to watch. Not waiting for Murong Yenran to react to what he meant, a streak of purple qi suddenly broke through the void and wrapped around her. Then she lost consciousness. Lin Feng's voice came from the void. Little Yen, don't be in a hurry to make a move. This girl might have secretly escaped from the Celerita's sword sect. Xiaoyan and Xiao Badian stared blankly at the same time. Xiaoyan chuckled and said, What the hell is the Celerita's sword sect doing? Xiao Badian's face once again revealed a smile. Seems to be even more fun. Silently, Lin Feng said, You guys just pretend you've never seen this girl. We still have to go to the Xingyun Peak. After we get there, let's see what tricks the Celerita's sword sect is playing. Xiaoyan and Xiao Badian responded in unison. Xiaoyan stood where he was in a daze. Xiao Badian's attention very quickly shifted to the jade cloud horned snake on Tunton's side. Murong Yenran was swept away by Lin Feng's magic power, but she woke up in a moment. Just as she opened her eyes, she saw a young man dressed in a purple robe silently looking at her. She couldn't feel the slightest bit of power and magic power fluctuation from this young man, but fear rose from the bottom of her heart and soul. She felt that the person in front of her was countless times stronger than her grandmaster, ancestor Qing Wei. Among the people Murong Yenran has seen in her life, only when she had just entered the sect and followed her grandmaster to pay a visit to the Cellerita's sword sect master. Cellerita's sword saint. Did she have a similar feeling? The Cellerita's sword sex pressure was even more straightforward, but it wasn't as leisurely as the person in front of her. Lin Feng instead looked at Murong Yanran with interest. There was something he really wanted to say to Murong Yanran. Miss, thank you for helping me cultivate Xiao Yan. You really are a good person. Murong Yanran looked at Lin Feng, suddenly feeling that the person in front of her was somewhat familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him before. Lin Feng looked at Murong Yanran's puzzled expression and couldn't help but faintly smile. He knew what the other was puzzled about. Strictly speaking, the two had met face to face once before. Lin Feng met Murong Yanran even before he met Xiao Yan. It was also from Murong Yanran's mouth that Lin Feng found out about Xiao Yan's existence. At that time, the heavily injured Long Yi, who was attached to the peach tree, posed a threat to the villagers of Stone Village and Xiao Budian. In order to save Xiao Budian, Lin Feng, who was still only at the qi condensation stage, tricked Murong Yanran and her fellow disciples into going to deal with Long Yi. It's just that the difference between the Lin Feng at that time and the current Lin Feng was really too big. Squatting in the mysterious Heaven Time-like cave for more than 8 years, not mentioning the change in his appearance, most importantly, his aura and temperament were already completely different in the eyes of bystanders. He was practically two different people. Murong Yanran felt that he was familiar. That was thanks to her already starting to cultivate Tao techniques at that time. Her soul was nimble. That's why she was able to leave a bit of an impression. Lin Feng's mind slightly moved. The purple energy transformed from his own mana still twining around Murong Yanran, lightly touching her soul, and already completely erasing the impression he left in Murong Yanran's mind in the past. Murong Yanran did not detect this at all, only slightly absent-minded. After calming down and looking at Lin Feng again, she did not feel anything strange. Even though it was a bit strange, she just thought that she remembered incorrectly. She looked at Lin Feng and asked softly, "I ask who Senior is. I am the master of Xian Gate, Lin Feng." Lin Feng said lightly, "You are the Cellerita's sword sect disciple Murong Yanran who made a bet with my disciple Xiao Yan?" Murong Yanran nodded with a bitter smile, bowing and saluting. Junior Murong Yanran pays respect to the master of Xian Gate. Lin Feng asked, "You've already met Xiao Yan. What are your thoughts?" Murong Yanran's face turned pale, tightly pursing her lips, and said in a low voice, "Junior was young and frivolous in the past, choosing the stupidest way to visit and break off the engagement. At the time I didn't notice it, but after I became an adult and thought about the past, only then did I realize that I caused great humiliation to Xiao Yan and his family. Regarding this, I express my deep apologies, but I don't regret breaking off the engagement. Today, Xiao Yan's cultivation far surpasses mine. That's his good fortune and achievement. I don't envy him. My marriage is decided by myself. I don't regret my decision." Lin Feng's expression did not change, but he secretly curled his lips. "Don't say that, girl. Half of his military merit medal is due to your contribution." Murong Yanran looked at the calm expression Lin Feng, slowly bowing down. "In the past there was an agreement. If I lost to Xiao Yan, I would voluntarily become a slave. But I am unable to fulfill this bet. My family, my sect are unable to accept such an outcome. Anyway, in Xiao Yan's eyes, I am also a shameless person, so I can only be shameless again. The mistake in the past, I am willing to use my life to pay for it, but the matter of becoming a slave is something I am unable to do." Lin Feng glanced at her, but did not make a response, instead saying lightly, "Right, Cellerita's sword sect's fellow Taoist Qing. Is your grandmaster right?" Murong Yanran's body abruptly trembled. Then she heard Lin Feng continue saying, "Right now he is 300 miles south of here. According to what he said, he came to welcome me and my people to your Celeritas sword sex cloud traversing peak. But now it looks like he came to find you?" Murong Yenran's body trembled again, lowering her head deeply. Only after a long while did she say in a low voice, "Disciple doesn't know why Grandmaster came here. Disciple just went out to travel by myself, preparing to return to the Celeritas sword sect." Lin Feng smiled, saying, "Oh, that's just right. I'll call fellow Taoist Qing AI over right now. You can go back with her." Murong Yenran didn't dare to say anything more, only her body trembling more and more violently. Lin Feng looked at her, suddenly asking, "Why did you run away from the Celeritas sword sect? According to what you said before, you weren't running away from the battle with Xiaoyan." Chapter 241. Lin Feng looked at Murong Yenran rather interestedly, continuously calculating in his heart. Why did she run away from the Celeritas sword sect? According to what she said before, she wasn't doing it to avoid the battle with Xiaoyan. If it wasn't because she was avoiding the battle, then it could only mean that the Celeritas sword sect made some sort of arrangement, and this arrangement made her unable to accept it. This girl didn't want to fulfill the bet, but was willing to repay with her life. First, not mentioning whether or not she was playing the strategy of retreating in order to advance, just this kind of attitude showed that her personality was relatively strong. Making your own decisions about your own marriage, Lin Feng thought for a bit, gradually sorting out the matter. If I was someone from the Celeritas sword sect, what would I do when faced with this kind of thing? Not their match, but not wanting to admit defeat. Then the best method could only be to ask for outside help, find helpers to share the pressure on your body. Lin Feng looked at the uneasy Murong Yenran, suddenly asking, "Tell me, who is the Celeritas sword sect preparing to send you to unite by marriage? Mount Shu sword sect or the Great Qin dynasty?" Murong Yenran raised her head in shock to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was calm. To be able to help the Celeritas sword sect withstand the pressure brought by Xianmen Tianzong, the most suitable ones are only the Mount Shu sword sect and the Great Qin dynasty. Junior doesn't know what Senior is talking about. Murong Yenran deeply lowered her head. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth slightly hooked into a light smile, his tone calm and gentle, but when the words he said fell into Murong Yenran's ears, it made her entire body feel as if it had fallen into an ice cave. "Being the servant of my disciple, you are unable to accept it, afraid of bringing shame to your family and sect, but have you ever thought about it? Now that you refuse the marriage and run away, will it leave an irreparable crack between the Celeritas sword sect and the other party? If it's the Mount Shu sword sect, then it's fine, but if it's the Great Qin dynasty, your actions very likely will bring disaster to your family. If I remember correctly, although your Murong family isn't among the 4 great families of the Great Qin dynasty, it's still one of the few rich families below the 4 great families. Your Murong family's base is even in the Great Qin dynasty's capital, West Hill City, right under the eyes of the Great Qin Emperor." Murong Yenran's body suddenly trembled, and she saw stars. She just wanted to run away from the marriage and subconsciously wanted to get as far away from Yunqing Peak as possible. Her mind was muddled, and she forgot that the person she rejected was Crown Prince Chongyun, the Crown Prince of the Great Qin dynasty. If he ran away from the marriage, it was very likely that his family would be implicated. She sighed in her heart. "Is this my fate? I can't escape it no matter what." Silently looking at Murong Yenran, Lin Feng twitched his mouth inwardly. Her situation depended on which angle one looked at the problem from. On the bright side, she yearned for freedom and independence. But looking at it from another point of view, this girl on one side enjoys the status, treatment, and all kinds of resources that ordinary people are unable to reach because of her status as the Morong family's daughter and the Cellerita's sword sect's direct disciple, but she also doesn't want to pay any price. Regardless of whether it was the secular world or the cultivation world, it was very common for the descendants of aristocratic families to get married. In fact, independent marriages were actually rare. If there was a gain, naturally there would be a price to pay, or in other words, she had to bear the corresponding responsibility. Morong Yenren hated her family and sect elders who arranged her life events, but she forgot that because she was the Morong family's direct daughter and the Cellerita's sword sect's core disciple, she could enjoy resources that ordinary people could not reach. Of course, maybe deep in her heart, the girl hoped that she was born in an ordinary family. This was not what Lin Feng could guess. He could only speculate based on the existing clues, and it was impossible for him to really see through people's hearts. Regarding Morong Yenran's psychological state, Lin Feng was not sure, nor did he deny it. It was still that sentence, looking at a problem from different angles, one would often get different conclusions. For Lin Feng, the only thing he cared about was what kind of variables would this matter add to the trip of him and Xiao Yan and the others. Morong Yenren had already calmed down at this moment. Although her face was pale, she still bowed to Lin Feng politely. "Senior, please point out the direction of Ancestor Qing Wei's ancestor. Senior and your party are guests from afar. As a disciple of the Cellerita's sword sect, I am willing to lead the way and bring Senior and several senior brothers to tour the cloud-traversing peak." Lin Feng looked at Morong Yenran with a slight smile, but did not speak. Morong Yenran's mood suddenly became perturbed. She suddenly thought that since Lin Feng had already seen through the plans of ancestor and master, how would he let her go back so easily? Detaining her here, the great Qin dynasty and the Cellerita's sword sect would inevitably become hostile. The plans of ancestor Qing Wei and the others would be ruined in minutes. Xianmen Tianzong could easily destroy the plans of the Cellerita's sword sect and could even counterattack the Cellerita's sword sect. On the agreed date of the fight, Lin Feng brought Xiao Yan to the cloud-traversing peak, but Morong Yenran could not show up. How would he explain to the Cellerita's sword sect, after the opening ceremony outside of Shazhou City, the names of Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong had already been thoroughly established? Besides Lin Feng's own origin being a mystery, the identities and backgrounds of his disciples were already no longer a secret. In the past, Xiao Yan went from a genius to a loser, and then after being taken in as a disciple by Lin Feng, his experience of soaring to the sky in one go became the inspirational model for all the young talents in the world. Inevitably, the matter of Morong Yenran coming to break off the engagement that day was also brought up by people. After all, everyone has a heart for gossip. This kind of peach-colored lace was the most popular with the public. Originally, it was only a small circle of people, but with Lin Feng's recent great momentum, riding a dragon all the way, personally accompanying Xiao Yan to the cloud-traversing peak to keep the appointment, the people who knew already became more and more. It was precisely because of this that the Cellerita's sword sect felt an increasing headache. If on the day of the wagered fight Morong Yenran really was unable to show up, outsiders would only think that she was afraid to fight. The result would be even more shameful than losing. In addition, the Cellerita's sword sect stood Crown Prince Chongyan up. At that time, the pressure from both sides would come up together, and the Cellerita's sword sect would no longer be able to survive. Thinking of this, the gaze with which Morong Yenran looked at Lin Feng clearly became frightened. But Lin Feng's attention was not on her, instead splitting out a strand of divine sense, crushing a sound transmission crystal, using a silent mana transmission method to communicate with the person on the other side of the crystal. "Has anything interesting happened recently?" On the other side of the crystal, a clear, female voice sounded. It was the voice of Taishu Temple's former saintess Yen Mingyue. If speaking of interesting, then it would be you sect leader Lin, riding a dragon across half of the great Qin dynasty, personally accompanying this disciple to keep the appointment at the cloud-traversing peak. After both sides had been in contact for a while, Lin Feng gradually became accustomed to Yen Mingyue's teasing. You know what I'm asking? Yen Mingyue naturally knew that what Lin Feng was referring to was the situation of him riding a dragon with great fanfare, and the reactions of the various powers towards this. The great Qin dynasty's heir apparent, Crown Prince Chongyun, recently left the great Qin dynasty's capital Xiling City, his whereabouts unknown. Silently, Yen Mingyue said, "There is news that he is heading towards the great Qin dynasty's southeast territory." The great Qin dynasty's southeast territory is the Celeritas Sword Sect's territory, the area where the cloud-traversing peak is located. Personally coming over, Lin Feng calculated in his heart for a moment, suddenly asking, "I heard that the great Qin dynasty produced an extraordinary person?" Yen Mingyue answered, "Sect leader Lin is referring to their new prime minister, right? Rumor has it that he doesn't have the slightest bit of cultivation, but subdued everyone in the great Qin dynasty. To be able to cause such a ruckus, but not be a true cultivator. This person naturally has some areas that surpass others." Lin Feng smiled faintly, slowly calculating in his heart. "Thank you, fellow Yen." Yen Mingyue's tone was calm. "Sect leader Lin is too polite. I wonder when your disciple Zhu Yi will return to Tianjing City. He has already not visited teacher Uncle Meng's grave for a long time." Lin Feng asked indifferently, "Is this your question, or is it asking on behalf of the Marquis of Xuanji, Xu Hanguo?" Yen Mingyue answered, "Neither. I'm interrogating on behalf of Emperor Zhou." Lin Feng smiled, saying, "So you are not preparing to learn from Meng Bingyun and marry Xu Hanguo, but rather directly enter the palace?" Sect leader Lin must be joking. Yen Mingyue's tone carried a bit of a smile. "What Mingyue seeks is completely different from teacher Uncle Meng, so naturally I won't use the same method." Lin Feng's pupils abruptly contracted. According to what he knows, in Taishu Temple, Meng Bingyun and Yen Mingyue should be on the same side. Now that Yen Mingyue said this, does it mean that she wants to change sides, or does she have some other thoughts? Thoughts continuously turning in his heart. Lin Feng's tone did not reveal any clues. "So it's like this, then it's me who was rash." Yen Mingyue continued to say, "That's right, there's something I need to inform sect leader Lin in advance. In a few days, Mingyue will be returning to my sect's White Cloud Mountain. At that time, I might not be able to contact sect leader Lin like now." Lin Feng nodded his head slightly. Yen Mingyue informing him of this matter in advance is quite good, allowing him to make many arrangements in advance so that there won't be any sudden changes, and he won't be caught unprepared. "I wish fellow Yen a smooth journey." Lin Feng smiled faintly. Yen Mingyue also smiled, and said, "Mingyue will be very content if I don't get thrown out." Speaking of which, junior brother Pang returned to White Cloud Mountain before with his talent and what he gained in the Sand Continent. I'm sure he will make a breakthrough very soon. Lin Feng smiled, but did not continue on this topic, lightly saying, "I wish fellow Yen a smooth journey. I also wish sect leader Lin a smooth journey on cloud-traversing peak." Yen Mingyue smiled knowingly and did not continue to talk about Pangjia. After wishing Lin Feng a smooth journey, she hung up the call. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng muttered to himself, "If I want to verify my guess, then I'll just have to go to a place." He raised his head to look at Murong Yenran. Seeing Murong Yenran's uneasy eyes, he couldn't help but smile. Without further explanation, Murong Yenran lost consciousness with a roll of purple qi. After calling Xiao Yan and others back, Lin Feng removed the barrier of Dharma power and let Ancestor Qing Wei come closer. Ancestor Qing Wei was also uneasy, although he tried to pretend to be calm. His eyes kept observing the expressions of Lin Feng and his apprentices, lest they had already met Murong Yanran. After receiving Lin Feng's order in advance, Xiao Yan and others all controlled their emotional changes, so that Ancestor Qing Wei couldn't find any clues. The old man couldn't help but mutter more in his heart. At this time, Lin Feng took the initiative to say with a smile, "Before going to Cloud, traversing Peak, I plan to go to a place on the way. Fellow Yan Minghua, would you like to go with me?" Chapter 242. Looking at the uneasy Qing Wei ancestor, Lin Feng smiled. "Before going to Xingyan Peak, I plan to go to a place on the way. Would you like to go with me?" "Oh, since Sect Master Lin is in such a good mood, I'm naturally happy to go with you." Although he was burning with anxiety, Qing Wei ancestor had to put Murong Yanran's matter aside for the moment and try his best to deal with Lin Feng. Anyway, he had already informed his fellow disciples to take over his job to search for Murong Yanran. What Qing Wei ancestor was most worried about at the moment was that Murong Yanran had fallen into Lin Feng's hands. If that was really the case, he would follow Lin Feng and think of a way. Lin Feng smiled. "In that case, let's go." The black dragon Jieyu under his feet let out a long roar, carrying Lin Feng, Xiao Yan and the others, and flying into the air again. Qing Wei ancestor didn't dare to stand up. No matter how tame and docile Jieyu was in front of Lin Feng, he was also a dragon in the Demon King realm. His strength was no less than Qing Wei ancestor. The old man controlled Qing Wei ancestor to follow Jieyu, so he wouldn't fall behind. He patiently planned to see what Lin Feng was up to, who knew that the more they went down, the more Qing Wei ancestor felt something was wrong. Looking at where Lin Feng was going, his destination was Xiao Yan's hometown Wuzhou City. Xiao Yan looked at the city on the horizon in the distance and also recognized it. His heart was slightly warm, and he turned to look at Lin Feng. "Master!" Lin Feng smiled faintly. "Come to think of it, you haven't been back to Wuzhou for almost 3 years since you became my disciple. There was a saying that if you don't return to your hometown when you are rich, it's like walking at night in brocade clothes." Maybe some people would think that this idea was shallow, but it was undeniable that returning home in brocade clothes had a great attraction for everyone who went out to fight. If there were people they cared about there, the attraction would be even greater. Xiao Yan nodded lightly, saying, "Disciple originally planned to report to Master after the battle at Xingyan Peak and return to Wuzhou to take a look. Will there still be suspense in that battle?" Lin Feng smiled leisurely. Xiao Yan also smiled. Jia Feng flew into the sky above Wuzhou City, immediately causing the entire city to fall into a state of panic. The arrival of a demon king, level demon, brought great pressure. The entire Wuzhou City, the city lord with the highest cultivation, was no more than golden elixir realm. A well-dressed middle-aged man flew into the sky, looking at Lin Feng and Yan and Jia Feng on Feng's back, bowing and asking, "Wei Feng, Wei Sect Master, Feng, Jia, Master of Feng, and Tian Feng and Long Feng is Junior Li Yunsong, Great Qin's Wuzhou City Lord, respectfully welcomes senior's arrival." Lin Feng didn't say anything. Xiao Yan beside him jumped down from Jia Feng's back, stepping into the air, and arriving in front of Li Yunsong, bowing back. "Xianmen Tianzong disciple Xiao Yan, city lordly greets you." Li Yunsong looked at Xiao Yan, who was standing in the air, secretly nodding his head. "This is that master of Feng's first disciple, Xiao Yan. Indeed, he is in the golden elixir period realm. Rumor has it that he can contend against the Yuanying ancestor. I wonder if that's true or false. I really didn't think that a tiny Xiao family would actually produce such a person." Li Yunsong secretly observed Xiao Yan, even though he is also a golden elixir initial stage cultivator like him. But the power that Xiao Yan faintly exuded made Li Yunsong secretly apprehensive. Regarding Lin Feng ignoring him, Li Yunsong didn't dare to have the slightest dissatisfaction, instead feeling that it was natural. Looking at Xiao Yan, then looking at Lin Feng, Li Yunsong secretly sighed in his heart. This Xianmen Tianzong's sudden rise is really unfathomable. He then turned to look at the ancestor Qing AI at the side. Even though he doesn't recognize him, he can also feel that terrifying mana fluctuations. Looking again at the green cloud under the ancestor Qing AI's feet, he had a guess in his heart. Which ancestor of the Celeritas sword sect has descended? The ancestor Qing AI said indifferently, I am Qing AI, city. Lord Li doesn't need to be so courteous. Li Yunsong immediately understood. So it is the ancestor Qing AI who has graced us with his presence. At this time, Xiao Yan said, This time we only came to Wuzhou City along the way. We won't be staying for long. City, Lord Li doesn't need to be so courteous. Li Yunsong nodded his head, smiling and extending his hand to lead. If that's the case, then I won't disturb you any longer. Everyone, please. To be able to become the city, Lord Li Yunsong's eyes and brows are naturally bright. He didn't stay any longer and left on his own. Xiao Yan is a Wuzhou local. Naturally, he doesn't need him to do any guiding or similar work. No matter if it's Lin Feng or the ancestor Qing AI, Black Dragon Jieyu, or even Xiao Yan, Tunten, and Xiao Badian, whoever wants to flatten Wuzhou City is not someone that Li Yunsong can stop. Since that's the case, he better not worry too much about it. It's okay. It's okay. The arrangements from before should be able to satisfy the people of Xianmen Tianzong. Thinking of this, Li Yunsong couldn't help but wipe his sweat, rejoicing that he carried out Crown Prince Chongyun's orders to the letter. On Li Yunsong's side, he secretly rejoiced. Xiao Yan looked at the Xiao family mansion in front of him, but was somewhat dazed, looking at the neighbors to his left and right. Only then did he confirm that he didn't remember the address of the house incorrectly. The Xiao family mansion in front of him, compared to when he left in the past, has more than doubled in size and extravagance. The brick walls, the gates, the courtyard, and pavilions all have been renovated and is currently still in the process of expansion. There's that newly built small building that isn't even half complete. The location of the foundation should have originally belonged to the neighbors. The entire Xiao family mansion is being expanded and swallowed up a lot of nearby land. At the entrance of the mansion, there's already a group of people waiting there. It's precisely the Xiao family members who were secretly notified by Li Yunsong. Looking at the approaching Xiao Yan, everyone had warm smiles on their faces. Xiao Yan secretly frowned. He knows all of those smiling faces, but right now each one looks more and more unfamiliar than the other. This brought back many distant, but not very happy memories for him. In Xiao Yan's impression, he had only seen these smiling faces before he was 12 years old. At that time, he still hadn't become trash because of Yen, Mingyue, and Tunten. He was still a young genius famous far and wide in the entire Wuzhou city, and even the entire southeast of the Great Qin dynasty. Unfortunately, ever since a great change when he was 12 years old, Xiao Yan's great perfection Qi disciple cultivation level at that time regressed to the first layer of Qi disciple overnight, instantly falling from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. The trajectory of his descent was not a parabola but a direct free fall. In Xiao Yan's memories, it was also from that time that the smiling faces surrounding him gradually disappeared. What remained were mostly sighs of pity and gazes, and even more so malicious mockery. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's gaze became somewhat cold. There's no love without reason in this world, and there's no hate without reason. Lin Feng's indifferent voice suddenly sounded in Xiao Yan's mind. The present is long different from the past. You are also no longer the you of the past. It's completely normal for the gazes of others to change. But don't let the gazes of others affect your own emotions. Xiao Yan's heart trembled slightly, nodding his head. It's all thanks to Master's teachings. Before it was disciple who was blinded by appearances. At this time he looked at the crowd again. His mood was much calmer, but he also wouldn't feel very happy because of the smiling faces in front of him. Only when his gaze came into contact with the majestic old man in the lead did Xiao Yan's face reveal a sincere smile. That is the old clan leader of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan's grandfather. After Xiao Yan's parents both passed away, and after Xiao Yan's own cultivation regressed from genius to trash, he is one of the few people who have always cared for him. Xiao Yan knew his grandfather, because his grandfather has always taken care of him and even withstood the pressure brought by many clan elders in the family. His grandfather has never said anything, only silently supporting and taking care of his grandson. After Xiao Yan's cultivation regressed, the old clan leader is one of the few warm colors in his life. And when Murong Yenran came to break off the engagement, the most humiliating one is the old clan leader, Xiao Yan. That engagement was originally made jointly by him and Murong Yenran's grandfather. "Grandfather, I'm back." Xiao Yan landed on the ground, kneeling down in front of old patriarch Xiao like a mountain of gold and jade being toppled over. Ever since his parents both passed away, other than Lin Feng, this is the only person in this world that can make him pay such respect. There is no bright smile on the old clan leader's face. Instead, there is an endless sigh on his face. Looking at Xiao Yan, his eyes are full of joy and comfort. He gently pats Xiao Yan's shoulder and murmurs, "Good boy, good boy." Xiao Yan stands up and turns sideways to reveal Lin Feng, who is smiling at the grandfather and grandson. "Grandfather, this is my master." The old clan leader hurriedly salutes. This old man greets the master of Xianmen. "I thank the master of Xianmen for giving Yen a new lease of life." Lin Feng faintly smiles. "No need to be so courteous. The master leads the way, but the cultivation is up to the individual. If little Yen is not a promising talent, I would not be able to turn a rotten piece of wood into an unpolished jade." However, most people take his words as humble words. At this moment, all the young disciples of the Xiao family are looking at him and Xiao Yan with fervent eyes, imagining that if they can also be accepted as a disciple by Lin Feng, they will definitely be able to soar into the sky. Everyone salutes one by one. Xiao Yan, who has long been impatient, lightly tugs at the old clan leader's sleeve. "Grandfather, is Shun not here?" In the entire Xiao family, the two people that Xiao Yan is most concerned about are the old clan leader and Xiao Zhan. The old clan leader sighs. "You should also know that Jin is actually not a disciple of my Xiao family. Over a year ago, Jin real family came to take her back. She has already left Wuzhou City." Hearing this, Xiao Yan is greatly disappointed, an uncontrollable sense of loss appearing on his face. "This is what she left for you." The old clan leader pats his grandson's hand, taking out a brocade pouch and handing it to Xiao Yan. "I can see that she really can't bear to part with you and has the idea of always staying in Wuzhou City to wait for you. But it seems that there is something that is hard to say. Don't blame her." Xiao Yan receives the brocade pouch and squeezes it. Feeling that there is a letter left inside, he silently nodded his head. Lin Feng's gaze sized up the Xiao family mansion that is currently being expanded, suddenly asking, "Clan leader Xiao, the materials that you used to renovate the old mansion are not the slightest bit ordinary." The old clan leader is afraid that the Xiao family will leave a bad impression in Lin Feng's heart and affect Xiao Yan. Hearing this, he hurriedly explained, "A lot of the materials are indeed relatively rare and expensive, but they are all bestowed by our great Qin dynasty's crown Prince Chongyan. The Xiao family really doesn't dare to refuse." Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression did not change, but the corners of his mouth revealed a light smile. Ancestor Qingwei is a bit surprised. Sizing up the Shao family mansion, his face revealing a contemplative expression. Chapter 243. Bestowed by Crown Prince Chongyun. Qingwei, old ancestor, was a little surprised hearing this, and specially confirmed it. Old patriarch Shao naturally didn't dare to slight the Yuanying stage Qingwei, old ancestor, and hurriedly gave an explanation. According to what old patriarch Shao said, Crown Prince Chongyun specially took care of the Shao family. With his support, the Shao family has been thriving in recent days and has successfully overwhelmed the other big families in Wuzhou that had been competing with them, becoming the #1 tyrant in Wuzhou. Shao Yan suddenly realized something was wrong and carefully looked at his grandfather. "Grandpa, I almost didn't notice you formed the golden elixir?" Before he left Wuzhou with Lin Feng, old patriarch Shao was only at the late stage of foundation building. Although he had already condensed the pill cauldron, he was already old, and his qi and blood were gradually declining. The hope of forming the golden elixir was very slim. Old patriarch Shao obviously knew what Shao Yan meant and said with a smile, "Crown Prince Chongyun bestowed the heaven-reaching pill and the barrier-breaking pill. After I took it, I successfully broke through the bottleneck and formed the core. Moreover, it was a jade pill." Hearing this, Qingwei, old ancestor's expression did not change, but his gaze became more gloomy. "Crown Prince Chongyun obviously already knows my intention of marrying Yanran, but now it seems that he doesn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with Xianmen Tianzong." Qingwei, old ancestor, pondered. If it's to compensate Shao Yan that he treats the Shao family so well, then it's okay. But if he just wants to be on good terms with Xianmen Tianzong and doesn't have any thoughts about nailing Yanran as a concubine, then it's very bad. Qingwei, old ancestor, was now extremely conflicted. Murong Yanran running away made him very difficult. Crown Prince Chongyun agreed to the marriage, but the bride ran away, enlarging the Qin dynasty crown prince's refusal. Even the Celeritas' sword sect had to weigh the consequences. If Crown Prince Chongyun didn't agree to the marriage, then the pressure on the great Qin dynasty side was naturally gone. But the master and disciple Lin Feng and Shao Yan in front of him went to fulfill the challenge that made the Celeritas' sword sect unable to respond. While Qingwei, old ancestor, was in pain and conflicted over there, Lin Feng's mouth revealed a light smile. However, this smile was a little strange. As expected, the Qin dynasty doesn't plan to be my enemy and forcefully turn against me. It's just that I originally thought it was the idea of their new prime minister. Lin Feng was slightly confused. Why would it be the order of Crown Prince Chongyun? The information that Lin Feng had gathered from all sorts of sources had vividly formed the image of the great Qin dynasty's crown prince, Chongyun, arrogant, domineering, stubborn, possessive, and unwilling to give up until he achieved his goal. Strictly speaking, even in the cultivation world, such personality characteristics did not meet the requirements of the public for a crown prince. If it wasn't for the fact that the Qin emperor only had one son, it would have been difficult for the crown prince of Chongyun to become the crown prince. Combining the information from various sources, Crown Prince Chongyun had always been like this for many years. Basically, the possibility that he was putting on an act to disguise himself had been eliminated. Now, he was obviously trying to befriend Xianmen Tianzong, which was a huge contrast to his previous behavior. This made Lin Feng a bit curious. Interesting, what is this kid planning? Already decided to take Murong Yanran as a concubine, so to appease and compensate Shao Yan? Or could it be that he never had any plans to form a marriage alliance with the Celeritas' sword sect, and instead wants to get on good terms with Xianmen Tianzong? Interesting. Lin Feng faintly smiled. He came to Wuzhou City to see the Shao family's situation and from there be able to judge the great Qin dynasty's attitude. But looking at it now, there was still a bit of a confusing feeling. If Crown Prince Chongyun had already decided to take Murong Yenran as a concubine and voluntarily took on the conflict of the Celeritas sword sect, then Lin Feng definitely wouldn't send Murong Yenran back. The Celeritas sword sect stood Crown Prince Chongyun up, so let the two of them slowly bite each other. But if Crown Prince Chongyun originally didn't plan to take Murong Yenran as a concubine, then Murong Yenran's disappearance instead satisfied his intentions. When the time comes when facing the Celeritas sword sect that has a guilty conscience, as long as he appropriately shows off his magnanimity, he can make the Celeritas sword sect lean towards him even more. There seemed to be a layer of fog in front of Lin Feng, and in the depths of the fog there seemed to be a pair of faintly discernible eyes carefully observing him. Wu Qingru, that new prime minister of the great Qin dynasty? Lin Feng gave a light laugh, gradually making a plan in his heart. You have 1,000 plans, I have an old idea, let's wait and see. Like what Xiaoyan said, they were just passing by Wuzhou City. After staying in Wuzhou for a short while, Xiaoyan once again said goodbye to old clan leader Xiao and followed Lin Feng and Qing, old ancestor, towards the Celeritas sword sect's cloud-traversing peak. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the cloud-traversing peak, Qing, old ancestor, also became more and more anxious. Suddenly, his face revealed an expression of astonishment. Thinking that it was because he was too anxious that his mind became absent-minded, Qing, old ancestor, once again released his divine sense. After searching carefully, he couldn't help but be even more astonished. The old man suddenly discovered that the Murong Yenran that he had been searching for a few days was actually on a small mountain near the cloud-traversing peak, right under the eyes of the Celeritas sword sect. It's just that she seemed to have fallen into a coma, her mind not clear. Qing, old ancestor, secretly glanced at Lin Feng beside him, seeing that Lin Feng's expression was as usual, as if he didn't notice anything. Even though his heart was full of question marks, Qing, old ancestor, still let out a light sigh of relief, splitting out a bit of mana to that small mountain and sweeping up Murong Yenran, while Qing, old ancestor, introduced the various sceneries on the cloud-traversing peak to Lin Feng and his disciple as if nothing had happened. At the same time, he released a bit of sword energy to wake Murong Yenran up from her deep sleep. Murong Yenran woke up, opening her eyes to a green color. In the green mist of the mana space, a wisp of Qing, old ancestor's soul appeared, projecting a ray of light, looking at her expressionlessly. Disciple greets Grandmaster. Murong Yenran bowed down, gracefully. Qing, old ancestor, said, lightly, if you don't want to marry into the royal family, just tell Tongling or me. I won't force you. Murong Yenran had completely recovered her calmness at this moment, saying softly, Disciple was bewitched before. Now I figured it out. I'm willing to accept all the punishment for the mistakes I made before. Qing, old ancestor, shook his head. As long as Murong Yenran was found, the matter of punishment or not could be discussed later. What he cared about now was another matter. Tell me everything that happened after you left the cloud-traversing peak, in full detail. Lin Feng didn't erase Murong Yenran's memory and consciousness of seeing him. Doing so was likely to hurt Murong Yenran's soul, and it would leave traces which would be seen by others. Even if Qing, old ancestor, couldn't see it, flashing light sword venerable who had cultivated the primordial spirit would definitely be able to see it. Lin Feng already had his own plan in mind, so he didn't care that the Celeritas sword sect knew the whole story. As for the Celeritas sword sect, would wonder why he sent Murong Yenran back, let them waste their brains to guess. Qing, old ancestor, now felt that his head was hurting. He stared at Murong Yenran and said with a frown, You mean that the master of Xian Gate has already guessed that Crown Prince Chongyan might take you as a concubine? Even so, he still lets you go. Murong Yenran, at this moment, was already quite calm about the marriage, calmly answering, although he didn't come to a clear conclusion. But from the meaning of his words, he also thinks that disciple will marry Crown Prince Chongyun. Qing, old ancestor, was tangled again. What he was most afraid of was that after Lin Feng knew the whole story, he would secretly detain Murong Yenran and then go to the cloud-traversing peak to ask for her. At that time, Crown Prince Chongyun, who had been stood up by the Celeritas sword sect, would come to the Celeritas sword sect. With the two-pronged attack, the Celeritas sword sect, who had shot themselves in the foot, would be in big trouble. But now Lin Feng actually took the initiative to let Murong Yenran back, which made Qing, old ancestor, unable to figure it out. Forget it, let's go back to the mountain first. Qing, old ancestor, couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. After returning to the mountain and telling the elders, everyone could go and worry about it together. Lin Feng clearly knew that Qing, old ancestor, secretly took back Murong Yenran's little action. The corner of his mouth revealed a light smile, looking at the distant horizon. That is the cloud-traversing peak, right? In the distance, between the rolling mountains, a pale golden mountain silently floated above the mountains. Unlike the other mountains that gave off a majestic and steady feeling, the light golden mountain peak was more like a floating cloud. The cliffs and rocks at the edge of the mountain peak could even be seen changing shape. But inside that cloud-shaped mountain peak, Lin Feng could faintly feel a sharp sword intent, changing unpredictably yet showing off its edge. Between the rolling and unfolding clouds, there seemed to be infinite sword light, flashing dazzlingly. Qing, old ancestor, smiled and said, "This is the location of the Dark Cloud sect, cloud-traversing peak. Sect leader Lin, please." Before his voice died away, endless clouds and mist suddenly emerged on the cloud-traversing peak. Immediately after, the clouds and mist dispersed to both sides, as if the clouds were parted to see the sun. A golden staircase extended out from the cloud-traversing peak and came to the front of Lin Feng and the others. At the other end of the staircase stood 7 people, tall and short, fat and thin, men and women. But without exception, a terrifying mana fluctuation flowed all over their bodies, as if they could tear the void at any time. They didn't show the slightest aggressiveness. All the sword chi on their bodies were restrained, but just standing there gave people a huge visual impact. 7 Yuanying old ancestors personally came to greet the sect. Not only did they want to treat Lin Feng courteously, but they also wanted to show off their strength. At least as far as Lin Feng knew, the Yuanying stage cultivators of the Celeritas sword sect were not only the 7 people in front of him, plus the 8 old ancestors beside him. Lin Feng looked up and saw that they seemed to be one with the void, real and illusory. This was the characteristic of those who had practiced the Celeritas sword sect's Dao technique to an extremely high realm. What made Lin Feng even more concerned was that on the cloud-traversing peak, there was vaguely an extremely valiant will that was constantly paying attention to him. That valiant will made Lin Feng feel a sense of uneasiness and fear rise from the bottom of his heart. Without a doubt, the only person in the Celeritas sword sect who could give him pressure was the primordial spirit realm Celeritas sword lord. Among the 7 Yuanying old ancestors who came to greet the sect, a middle-aged, scholarly-looking old ancestor in the middle smiled and said, "The master of Xian Gate has graced us with your presence. The entire hidden sect is honored by your presence. The master of the hidden sect is currently waiting on the cloud-traversing peak and specially ordered us to come and greet the master of Xian Gate. If we have been impolite, I hope that the Xian Gate does not take offense." Lin Feng faintly smiled, but his body did not move. Instead, he looked towards the little guy beside him. The little guy immediately understood Lin Feng's meaning, chuckling and walking forward first. Chapter 244. The 7 Yuanying ancestors of the Celeritas sword sect welcoming the door was both a display of courtesy and also a hint of a demonstration. Lin Feng, seeing this, faintly smiled. His body did not move and looked towards the little guy beside him. The little guy immediately understood his master's meaning, laughing mischievously, the tip of his feet lightly tapping black dragon Jieyu below. Lin Feng, Xiaoyan, Tunten, and Yu Hongyan all came down from Jieyu's body. The little guy alone urged Black Dragon Jieyu to step onto the stairs completely made of transparent golden light, leading to the Xingyun Peak. The little guy's voice at the moment had not started to change. His child's voice was still clear and pleasant to listen to. Xianmen Tianzong, disciple Shi Tianhao, thanks the seniors of the Celeritas sword sect on behalf of my master, and also greets the flowing light sword god. Jieyu did not say anything, his body landing on the golden light stairs, and with a low roar, a vast dragon's might rolled over, directly causing the golden light stairs to violently shake like water waves. The dragon race's innate talent is a level higher than others. Jieyu, who has already formed a demon nascent soul and achieved the position of demon king, facing the 7 great Yuanying ancestors of the Celeritas sword sect, he did not show any fear. At the other end of the stairs, a Yuanying ancestor of the Celeritas sword sect revealed a look of dissatisfaction when he saw the situation. The middle-aged scholar, like ancestor beside him, slightly shook his head, transmitting, "Don't fall behind." Jieyu's actions seemed impolite, but in reality, he left some leeway. He had the ability to completely shatter the golden light stairs with 1 foot, but he did not do so. Senior brother Ziyun, we also don't let people look down on us. The only female ancestor among the 7 opened her mouth and said indifferently, as she spoke, her feet lightly stomped and her magic power poured into the golden light stairs. The swaying golden light immediately stabilized. Jieyu's pair of dragon eyes slightly narrowed. He discovered that no matter how much force he used, the golden light stairs remained stable and did not move. Lin Feng saw this and laughed in his heart. Middle Yuanying cultivator? Huh? If that's the case, in terms of magic power, he indeed surpasses Jieyu, who has just formed a demon nascent soul. But Jieyu's forte lies in physical strength. In actual combat, it is still hard to say who will win and who will lose. The specialty of early Yuanying cultivators was to comprehend some of the mysteries of space and form Yuanying. As for the Yuanying middle stage cultivators, they began to absorb the 9 heavens' pure qi into their bodies, further enhancing their magic power and nourishing the Yuanying. When Yuanying reached a certain level of power, cultivators could start to try to condense the Dharma idol of heaven and earth and cultivate the Dharma idol of heaven and earth, reaching the late stage of Yuanying. This female Yuanying ancestor of the Celeritas sword sect is a middle-stage Yuanying cultivator who has already guided the clear qi of the 9 heavens into her body to nourish. Tiny Tot, who was on Jieyu's body, smiled and cupped his fists. Xianmen Tianzong, disciple Shi Tianhao, greets the 7 seniors. As he spoke, the 9 orifices of the golden elixir formed a world of its own, violently absorbing and spitting out spiritual energy. A vast and majestic aura rolled over. Even Yuanying cultivators raised their eyebrows. The eyes of the middle-aged scholar, like ancestor Violet Cloud, flashed as he thought to himself, the green mist didn't exaggerate. This kid's strength is indeed blessed by the heavens. If he has the assistance of a Yuanying magic tool, he can indeed fight against a Yuanying cultivator. He's still only at the early stage golden elixir. He still can't truly use the vast amount of spiritual energy in nature. Otherwise, his magic power would be even more shocking. When he reaches the middle stage golden elixir, not to mention other things, just based on the total amount of magic power, I'm afraid he will already be comparable to a Yuanying cultivator. Ancestor Violet Cloud slightly frowned, not cultivating the primordial true water and still able to have such powerful magic power. It's really rare. I heard that Xiao Yan's strength is not the slightest bit below him. This time my Cellerita's sword sect has really run into a problem. On their side, together with Ancestor Qingwei, they set up a formation of 8 Yuanian cultivators. The other side only sent out 1 person and 1 dragon, and this momentum was offset. Indeed, Jia Yu was only at the early stage Demon King and had just formed his nascent soul, but he was from the dragon race. Ancestor Violet Cloud, Ancestor Qingwei, and the others were all elders with high positions of power in the Cellerita's sword sect, and Jia Yu, to put it bluntly, a bit harshly, he was Lin Feng's mount. Xiao Badian, right now, was only at the early stage of the golden elixir, not to mention comparing with Ancestor Violet Cloud, Ancestor Qingwei, and the others. There were a lot of people at the early stage of the golden elixir in the Cellerita's sword sect, but at the age of less than 12, forming a golden elixir, and even having the ability to fight against the Yuanian ancestor in actual combat, this kind of shocking talent, this kind of potential prospects, let alone the Cellerita's sword sect, looking at the entire heaven primal world. How many people could there be? Ancestor Violet Cloud secretly sighed in his heart, but also faintly looked forward to it. I heard that this little guy is at odds with the great Qin dynasty's Shi family's genius legend, Shi Tianyi. If the two of them fight together, what kind of result will there be? In all fairness, what made the big shots of the Cellerita's sword sect fear and value was Xiao Badian's potential, even though his current strength also brought pressure to the group of Yuanian ancestors, but it was still within the scope of what they could handle. Xiao Badian was currently still in his own growth period, and geniuses who die prematurely will never be true geniuses. The Xiaoyan, who recently gave the entire Cellerita's sword sect endless headaches, was also the same logic. But as soon as the few Yuanian ancestors looked at the calmly smiling Lin Feng standing in the clouds, they all sighed together. This person was the key. With a master like this protecting, ordinary people shouldn't think of killing Xiao Badian, Xiao Yan, and the rest before they matured. The only female among the 7 people, Ancestor Crimson Cloud, slightly shook her head, exchanging a glance with Ancestor Violet Cloud, both smiling bitterly in their hearts. Lin Feng personally brought Xiao Yan to settle the score, from top to bottom. It wasn't that the Cellerita's sword sect didn't think of a bloody battle, leaving behind this pair of master and disciple together. In any case, they were overseeing the cloud traversing peak's home ground, waiting for Xiao Yan to exhaust himself. Even if Lin Feng had the ability to fight Sword Venerable Flowing Light, if he dared to attack the Cellerita's sword sect's mountain gate, he would only be able to walk the path of nursing a grievance, relying on the cloud traversing peak's geographical advantage and unleashing the power of their sect's mountain protecting grand formation to the limit. Sword Venerable Flowing Light did not fear all enemies of the same level of cultivation, but only facing Lin Feng, the Cellerita's sword sect from top to bottom no longer had absolute confidence. On one hand, Lin Feng's own cultivation was unfathomable from beginning to end. Outsiders were all unable to figure out his details. On the other hand, Yujing Mountain could travel through time. Once Sword Venerable Flowing Light wanted to take advantage of the terrain, Lin Feng only needed to think, and he would be able to summon Yujing Mountain over. At that time, the result would be the Mountain Gate Grand Formation clashing against the Mountain Gate Grand Formation. In some sense, Lin Feng could be counted as the person least afraid of going deep into the hinterland of other people's mountain gate. Any geographical home ground advantage did not exist in front of him because he could instantly turn the opponent's home ground into a neutral ground. So much so that he could even turn the original away ground into his own home ground. Those who come from afar are guests. Why doesn't Sect Master Lin come in to meet me? At this time, an illusory, smoke-like voice reverberated in the sky above cloud-traversing peak. Within the indifferent tone, it faintly carried a piercing sharpness. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Sect Master Flowing Light is too polite. Finished speaking, with a roll of his sleeve, he had already directly passed through the boundless clouds, bringing along Xiao Budian, Xiao Yan, and the others to land on cloud-traversing peak together. At the summit of cloud-traversing peak, an exquisite hall stood towering between the clouds and mist. At the entrance of the hall, a white-clothed, middle-aged man was currently standing there silently, his gaze looking straight at Lin Feng, who landed on the empty ground in front of the hall. Lin Feng's expression was calm, also currently sizing up this white-clothed, middle-aged man, only to see that this person's face was like a crown jade, black hair like a waterfall, looking to be no more than 40 years old. Only the two sides of his temples had two strands of snow-white hair hanging down. His eyes were filled with dignity. Even if he had never seen him before, Lin Feng could also be sure that this white-clothed middle-aged man was the Celeritas Sword Sect's current sect master, a big shot who had already achieved primordial spirit and achieved Tao and longevity, Celeritas Sword Lord Flowing Light. This person also did not reveal any special aura or mana aura, but just by standing there, he seemed to faintly merge with heaven and earth, but also transcend and independent of heaven and earth. Lin Feng looked at him and actually had a feeling that he could not grasp his specific position. This kind of feeling was still the first time Lin Feng encountered after forming Yuanying. Celerita's Sword Lord was similarly also observing Lin Feng. What made him mind was that with his realm, he actually also could not see through the depth of Lin Feng's cultivation. Lin Feng, of course, could not be an ordinary person who completely did not cultivate Tao techniques, but reaching the primordial spirit realm, all magic tools or spells that conceal cultivation were already useless. Sect Master Lin, coming to my cloud-traversing peak this time is for the bet between your sect's disciples. Celerita's Sword Lord Flowing Light's tone was calm, but his words did not conceal in the slightest, fully reflecting the characteristics of a sword cultivator, showing off his ability. Reaching his realm, there was indeed no need for any false words or concealment. Everything was according to his heart, straightforward. Lin Feng did not stand on ceremony either, saying faintly with a smile, "I wonder what instruction sect Master Flowing Light has for me." Celerita's Sword Lord Flowing Light did not speak, the gaze that looked at Lin Feng, the sharpness in his eyes becoming more and more intense. Lin Feng was the opposite, the light in his eyes becoming more and more serene, calmly meeting eyes with Celerita's Sword Lord Flowing Light, but making Celerita's Sword Lord Flowing Light more and more fearful. Lin Feng's meaning was already very clear. The bet must be carried out. He would not go and ruin his own disciple's stage. After a long time, the sword-like light in Celerita's Sword Lord Flowing Light's eyes gradually converged, nodding his head. "Since that's the case, then our disciples will each rely on their own ability." Lin Feng nodded his head lightly. "That's how it should be." However, the contents of the bet will also involve other people. Celerita's Sword Lord Flowing Light suddenly changed the topic. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, the corner of his lips curling up. "Isn't it already here?" As he spoke, there was an extremely strong energy wave coming from afar. The target was Cloud Traversing Peak. The other party stopped outside Cloud Traversing Peak, and a rather ear-piercing voice that sounded like metal rubbing against each other rang out. "Great Qin's Shirchongyan has specially come to pay a visit. I hope that Celerita's Sword Lord Flowing Light can spare some time to meet you." Celerita's Sword Lord Flowing Light pointed casually. The clouds in the sky dispersed, and a group of people landed on the cloud-traversing peak. The person in the lead walked with a coiled dragon and tiger gait. His appearance was not handsome, and his skin was dark, but there was a faint domineering aura that could devour the world. He wore an apricot yellow robe, Embroidered on the robe was not a four-clawed python, but a five-clawed true dragon. However, unlike the emperor's dragon robe, which had 9 true dragons, his robe had 4 true dragons, and the color of the robe was not bright yellow, but apricot yellow. Such attire was the attire of the great Qin dynasty's crown prince. The identity of the person who came was also obvious. It was the great Qin dynasty's crown prince. Chapter 245. Lin Feng looked at Crown Prince Chongyun, who was walking over, and gave a low laugh, using mana to transmit to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, this is your love rival. Xiao Yan blanked. He and Jin, it has nothing to do with Xiao Zhen. Lin Feng also blanked out for a moment, and then reacted, smiling, saying, "This is the husband that the Celeritas sword sect prepared for Murong Yenran. Of course, whether or not they want Murong Yenran is another matter. Xiao Yan just has a careless personality, but he's actually extremely smart." Lin Feng only lightly pointed, and he realized what the Celeritas sword sect was planning. What does Master think? Xiao Yan's gaze flashed, but he wasn't in a hurry to express his attitude. Instead, he first asked for Lin Feng's opinion. Even if his 3-year goal could be interfered with, Xiao Yan still kept his cool. He will carefully consider Lin Feng's opinion. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Xiao Yan, remember, us Xianmen Tianzong people are never greedy. But what others owe us we must pay. Xiao Yan thought for a moment. Wuzhou City, Lin Feng answered. It might not be the handiwork of this crown Prince Chongyun. It's very possible that someone else borrowed his name. Hearing that, Xiao Yan instantly smiled. With Master's words, I can rest assured. Lin Feng, while communicating with Xiao Yan using mana to transmit his voice, he was also observing Crown Prince Chongyun and his party as the heir of the Qin dynasty. No matter what Crown Prince Chongyun's personality is like, at least his talent and strength are worthy of this identity and position. His true age naturally won't be like the young man on the surface, but it's definitely not too old. Compared to his Yuanying realm cultivation, Crown Prince Chongyun's age is considered extremely young. Lin Feng can even feel a shocking mana fluctuation from his body. Even though it's extremely obscure, it really exists. Magic treasure? Lin Feng immediately came to an understanding. As the heir to the throne of the Darqin dynasty, the imperial family would naturally bestow a magic treasure to protect him. And this was within his expectations. Moreover, the aura of this magic treasure was hidden very well. Ordinary Yuanying cultivators would not be able to detect it. Only primordial soul, almighty cultivators, or oddities like Lin Feng would be able to detect some traces of it. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before he figured out the crux of the matter. The reason why this magical treasure could be hidden so well was not because of its low profile, but because of its unique aura. It was extremely compatible with its owner, Crown Prince Chongyun. With the combination of the aura of the person and the treasure, it was able to conceal itself from most people. Although Crown Prince Chongyun had the aura of a true dragon and son of heaven, it wasn't strong enough. His most prominent aura was that of an aggressive tiger and wolf. He was domineering, greedy, and filled with wild vitality and ambition. It was as if he wanted to take all the good things in the world, and he took it for granted. It was no wonder that most of the factions in the Darqin dynasty did not think highly of him and did not want him to inherit the throne in the future. That magical treasure of his could be so compatible with his aura, it must be a powerful and domineering treasure. But how could such a treasure be suitable for the heir to the throne of the Qin dynasty? Did he choose it himself? Lin Feng thought to himself, seems like there are many tricks to this. Or does this person have other trump cards? Behind Crown Prince Chongyun was a group of servants in black armor. All of them were silent, but their powerful aura indicated that even the weakest among them was a cultivator of the golden elixir period. This Crown Prince Chongyun was quite generous to have all of his servants in the golden elixir period. However, all of them, including Crown Prince Chongyun himself, could only attract 30 to 40% of Lin Feng's attention. Most of his attention was placed on an elder beside Crown Prince Chongyun. Although this elder stood behind Crown Prince Chongyun, he did not look like a follower at all. He was quiet and indifferent. His long robe was embroidered with stars that shone brightly under the sunlight. The patterns of the stars looked like they were alive, revolving continuously, deriving the most profound principles of the universe. Although he stood at the top of Xingyun Peak, he seemed to have left this world and was standing in the universe, looking down at the mortal world. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. Primordial spirit adept. This Crown Prince Chongyun actually has a primordial spirit adept as his bodyguard. This elder could not be Shi Chongyun's follower, even if Shi Chongyun was the heir to the throne of the Qin dynasty. The only possibility was that this elder was an esteemed expert of the Qin dynasty and was entrusted by the Qin emperor to protect Shi Chongyun. Even the Qin emperor could not order a primordial spirit adept around, and could only ask for help. If one owed a favor, one had to return it. However, the Qin royal family was rich, and they could afford to return the favor. Swordsman Flowing Light also noticed this old man immediately, and he clearly recognized him. So it's fellow Taoist Star Do. Haven't you been resting in Western Tomb City all this time? Why have you decided to make a move this time? Dao Master Xing Do smiled. I haven't seen you for some time, Brother Flowing Light. This time Crown Prince Chongyun is coming, so I volunteered to go with him. Then it's my honor. Swordsman Flowing Light nodded, and after greeting Crown Prince Chongyun, he turned to Lin Feng and said, Sect Master Lin, let me introduce you. This is the heir to the throne of the Qin dynasty, Crown Prince Chongyun, and this is Dao Master Xing Do. Crown Prince Chongyun looked at Lin Feng and the others, and then his eyes stopped on Yu Hongyan, and he did not hide his aggressive gaze. With Lin Feng blocking in front of him, his Yuanying stage aura could not pressure Yu Hongyan. Yu Hongyan fearlessly looked at him. His eyes were cold, and his red eyebrows were like two blood-stained swords. Crown Prince Chongyun smiled, and then looked at Lin Feng, and said with a voice that sounded like metal clashing, So, this is Xianmen Tianzong, Sect Master Lin? I've heard a lot about you. Lin Feng did not look at this kind of person who felt good about himself, but looked at Dao Master Xing Do. Nice to meet you. Crown Prince Chongyun suddenly frowned, and a gloomy and domineering aura leaked out, and looked at Lin Feng with an unfriendly expression. Dao Master Xing Do's expression did not change, and he glanced at Crown Prince Chongyun from the corner of his eyes, and said calmly, The name of the master of Xianmen has really resounded in my ears these days. There was a hint of sarcasm in his words, and how could Lin Feng not hear it? He smiled and said, I'll get used to it. Dao Master Xing Do's eyes suddenly lit up, as if starlight had exploded. He stared at Lin Feng for a moment, and nodded, I hope so. Crown Prince Chongyun stared at Lin Feng, and his aura became more and more unfriendly, but after a while he had to shift his attention to the other side. Beside Lin Feng stood a youth dressed in purple with a black robe on the outside. He was looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. Crown Prince Chongyun looked at him from head to toe, and his eyes were cold and unfriendly. Xiao Yan looked at him with the same sneer. Crown Prince Chongyun turned to look at Lin Feng. You don't know any manners. Is this the disciple of Xianmen Tianzong? Lin Feng ignored him and looked at Swordsman Flowing Light. Those who should be here are here. When do we start? You, Crown Prince Chongyun raised his eyebrows, and just when he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Xiao Yan. We, Xianmen Tianzong, have always been well-mannered, but that's only for those who know how to behave, and we don't pay attention to those who are rude. Manners are not that cheap. Crown Prince Chongyun finally looked at Xiaoyan, but not because he had put away his pride. Before, he didn't put Xiaoyan in his eyes at all, and didn't take Xiaoyan's rudeness to heart, just like how a person wouldn't lower themselves to the level of a dog baring its teeth. But now, this baring dog was annoying him, and he was ready to kill this dog. Crown Prince Chongyun said coldly, "Lord Lin, this disciple of yours is too noisy. I have no choice but to kill him." Xiaoyan snickered. "With just you?" As he spoke, both of his eyes lit up with dazzling flames, one golden, the other violet. Seeing the golden and purple flames, Crown Prince Chongyun became a bit more serious, nodding his head. "So you are Xiaoyan, true sun fire, nether evil flame, having two great true fires at the same time. You are not ordinary." After the battle in the Sand Continent, Xianmen Tianzong's disciples became famous, and the Qin dynasty's intelligence network was on point. As the heir to the throne, Crown Prince Chongyun naturally had first-hand information. But his arrogance did not change, and he said lightly, "But you, who only have the cultivation of the golden elixir period, still have a long way to go." Lin Feng looked with interest at Crown Prince Chongyun, who was going against Xiaoyan, and thought, "Looks like the special care the Xiao family received in Wuzhou City did not come from this person's order. Not only that, he doesn't seem to know at all." It's getting more and more interesting." Lin Feng did not speak, and Flowing Light Swordsman, Ziyun Ancestor, Qing AI Ancestor, and the others were even more silent. The result in front of them was exactly what they had been dreaming of. Before Murong Yanran was involved, Crown Prince Chongyun had already gone against Xiaoyan. Everything was going so smoothly that even Qing AI Ancestor began to be suspicious, fearing that something was wrong. "Your Highness is too fast. It took me a while to catch up." At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the sky. "Junior Tan Ingjia greets Flowing Light Swordsman, Master of Xianmen and Master Xingdo." Tan Ingjia? Flowing Light Swordsman and Master Xingdo looked at each other. Obviously, both of them had heard of this person's name. Flowing Light Swordsman said calmly, "It's rare for the Xingyun Peak to be so lively today." With a stroke of his finger, the clouds dispersed, and a middle-aged man in blue fell from the sky. His mana and cultivation shook the void. It was a Yuanian cultivator. After this Tan Ingjia landed, he bowed to Lin Feng, Flowing Light Swordsman, and Master Xingdo one by one. As soon as he appeared, Crown Prince Chongyun frowned. "Tan Ingjia, what are you doing here? Did Prime Minister Wu order you to come?" Tan Ingjia said with a smile, "I am indeed here on Prime Minister Wu's request, but it's just to send something to Flowing Light Swordsman, nothing else. Your Highness, please don't blame me." He looked at Lin Feng with a smile. "However, it seems that this is a grand event. I wonder if I can have the honor to be a spectator." Lin Feng looked at Tan Ingjia silently, and at the same time, he received a voice transmission from Black Dragon Jieyu. "Master, this person's surname is Tan, and he has a close relationship with the Qin dynasty. It is very likely that he is from the Tan family, one of the 7 great families of the ancient Yuan-Tian realm." Chapter 246. Sect Master. This person's surname is Tan, and he has a close relationship with the Qin Empire. It's very likely that he's from the Tan family, one of the 7 great families of the ancient Yuan Heaven realm. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed when he received Jiayu's voice transmission. He had never heard of the Tan family, but he had heard of them in the ancient Yuan Heaven realm. The 2 main parts of the great heaven realm were the human world, known as the Divine Land, and the demon world, known as the Infinite Wasteland. Surrounding these 2 great thousand worlds, with them as the core, there were many alternate dimensions that together formed the complete great heaven primal world. Among them, there were dangerous spaces like the void battlefield that were desolate and chaotic, full of void storms. There were also many more stable spaces that were rich in spiritual energy and had a lot of precious lives or minerals. They were suitable for human beings or demons to cultivate and live in. These dimensions were usually called medium-class worlds. There were many of them, hidden in the void. Some had already been discovered and developed, while others had yet to appear. Silently, they waited for the fated one. This was how the so-called myriad worlds came to be. After thousands of years of development, the population of the vast thousand realms had steadily increased, and there were more and more cultivators. Some cultivation resources could be regenerated, recycled, and cultivated, but some could not be regenerated. The more they were used, the less they would be used. Many heaven and earth treasures were already extinct in the vast land of the Divine Continent and Tianhuang mainland, but these things still existed in some medium-class worlds. Therefore, many sects in the vast thousand realms devoted themselves to developing them. The ancient Yuan Heaven realm was a relatively large medium-class world, and it had been developed by human cultivators millions of years ago. That was why it was called an ancient realm. The 7 great clans of the ancient Origin Heaven realm were basically the representatives of the divine prefecture's major forces in the ancient Origin Heaven realm. For example, Tan Ingjia's Tan family represented the interests of the Qin Empire in the ancient Yuan Heaven realm. Many cultivation resources in the ancient Yuan Heaven realm were supplied to the Qin Empire in the Divine Land through the Tan family. This person claims to be here on Wu Qingrou's orders. It seems that Wu Qingru has indeed gained a foothold in the Qin Empire. She can even mobilize the Qin Empire's forces in the outer realms. Tan Ingjia was polite, but Lin Feng did not look down on him. There were many extinct resources in the Divine Land, but the outer realms often had their own unique spatial laws. Although the ancient Yuan Tian realm could also create all things, strangely enough, there was no tribulation thunder. There was normal heavenly thunder, but there was no tribulation thunder that could shatter the void. This meant that cultivators could only reach the late golden elixir stage, unable to form a nascent soul in the ancient Yuan Heaven realm. If the cultivators of the ancient Origin Heaven realm wanted to reach the nascent soul stage, they had to come to the divine prefecture. This was also the reason why the Qin dynasty and other powers could control the 7 great clans of the ancient Origin Heaven realm. Using the Tan clan as an example, the number of late golden core cultivators from the Tan clan coming to the vast thousand domains to undergo the thunder tribulation and form their nascent soul would be controlled by the Qin dynasty. Under these circumstances, Tan Ingjia, as a Yuanian cultivator, stayed in the boundless world instead of returning to the ancient Yuan Heaven realm. He was likely the spokesperson of the Tan family, serving as a bridge between the two sides. His status in the Tan family was not low. For such a person to run errands for Wu Qingru, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel admiration towards Great Qin's new prime minister. Lin Feng thought about it and said, "Taoist Tan is too polite. I don't mind, but I'll have to ask Master Flowing Light first." Swordsman Flowing Light's eyes flickered. "It's fine. You can stay and watch the ceremony. What did Wu Qingru ask you to bring me?" Crown Prince Chongyan looked over and stared expressionlessly at Tan Ingjia. Tan Ingjia shook his head. "I don't know what it is." Minister Wu only said that Swordsman Flowing Light would know after seeing it. He took out a jade scroll and politely handed it to Swordsman Flowing Light. Crown Prince Chongyun stared at the jade scroll. His eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. Swordsman Flowing Light's movements paused for a moment. After a moment of silence, he nodded. "I'll consider his suggestion. I'll give him an answer later." Tan Ingjia smiled. "I'm here as a messenger. You don't have to be so polite." He glanced at Lin Feng and smiled. "I'm here for another matter." I'm here to represent Minister Wu to invite the Celeritas, Sword Sect, and Xianmen Tianzong to attend the opening ceremony of the ancient Desolate Sea realm in a month's time. Hearing this, Lin Feng turned his head and looked towards Venerable Streamlight, and Venerable Streamlight also did the same. After the two of them looked at each other, Lin Feng's gaze once again looked towards Tan Yingjie, asking, 1 month later? The ancient Desolate Sea realm was the same as the ancient Yuan Heaven realm. It was a medium-class realm independent of the Great Thousand World, compared to the ancient Yuan Heaven realm. The spatial laws of the ancient Desolate Sea realm were even stranger. It only allowed cultivators below Yuanying to enter. There was a spatial gap between the ancient Yuan Heaven realm and the Divine Land. However, the ancient Desolate Sea realm was different. The gate that connected to the Divine Land was usually sealed and would only open after a period of time. The gate to the ancient Desolate Sea realm was located at the northern border of the Great Qin dynasty. After a long period of dispute, all the major forces reluctantly acknowledged the Great Qin dynasty's right to deal with the gate. In exchange, the Great Qin dynasty would invite the other major forces to participate in a grand event every time the gate to the ancient Desolate Sea realm opened. They would host a Desolate Sea realm assembly. During the assembly, the various forces would send their best disciples below Yuanying to compete. The winner would obtain a place to enter the ancient Desolate Sea realm. After many years of development, the Desolate Sea assembly gradually became a grand event. Most of the time, it was not for the place to enter the ancient Desolate Sea realm, but a grand event for the various forces to test each other's strength and understand each other's potential. Tan Yingjie said, "Exactly. In 30 days, the gate to the ancient Desolate Sea realm will reopen. I thank the Great Qin dynasty for their invitation. If all goes well, the disciples of my Xianmen Tianzong will participate in this grand event as scheduled." Lin Feng nodded slightly and gave a definite answer. He was now thinking of ways to expand the influence of his sect and raise the sect's reputation. He naturally would not miss such an opportunity. Lin Feng glanced at Crown Prince Chongyun from the corner of his eyes, only to find that his emotions had suddenly calmed down. When he heard that Tan Yingjie had received Wu Qingrou's order to invite Lin Feng, the Crown Prince was stunned for a moment before his eyes burned with endless anger. This anger was far greater than the anger he felt when Xiao Yan went against him. Gloomy, cold, and filled with endless killing intent. Clearly, Crown Prince Chongyun was completely unaware of Wu Qingrou's arrangements. But after a short moment of anger, he suddenly calmed down. Regarding Wu Qingrou's decision to invite Xianmen Tianzong and the Celeritas Sword Sect to participate in the Desolate Sea Assembly, Crown Prince Chongyun did not react at all. He did not express any opinion, as if the entire matter had nothing to do with him. Lin Feng was amazed, but Tan Yingjie smiled bitterly in his heart. He remembered Wu Qingrou's instructions before he left: if the Crown Prince and that Xianmen Tianzong have a conflict, you have to send the invitation in person. Remember this, remember this. Wu Xiang, you're basically slapping him in the face and adding oil to the fire. Tan Yingjie sighed. Looking at the seemingly calm Crown Prince Chongyun, he knew that he had to give him an explanation later. This Crown Prince was already on the verge of exploding. According to the past news, Shi Chongyun is considered a very powerful Crown Prince. But now Wu Qingru is using him as a decoration. What does this mean? Lin Feng silently looked at Crown Prince Chongyun and Tan Yingjie, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. The Qin Emperor wants to change the Crown Prince? Forget it. He doesn't have a second son. Wait. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly constricted. That Shi Tianyi who took away Xiao Budian's Dao Foundation has become famous in the Qin dynasty. He's hailed as a destined heaven's chosen legend. Among the 4 major clans of the Qin dynasty, the Shi family is the most special, because the Shi family is a branch of the royal family. Lin Feng thought of many things in an instant. If the Qin emperor proposes to let Shi Tianyi be adopted into the royal family, just as Lin Feng was pondering, the Celeritas sword sect also happily agreed to the Qin dynasty's invitation. Celeritas sword venerable looked at Lin Feng, then looked at Xiao Yan behind him and said, "There are still 4 days until the agreed date between Yanran and your disciple. After 4 days, let's have them fight here. What do you think, Master Lin?" You remember the date very clearly. Lin Feng knew that Celerita's sword venerable would definitely make some arrangements within these 4 days. But he was not afraid and turned to look at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's expression was calm as he slowly nodded. "Master, I have no problem." Lin Feng nodded and looked at Celerita's sword venerable. "Let's do as Sect Master Lu Guang says." Qing AI, please invite Sect Master Lin and his disciple to rest at their residence. Celerita's sword venerable ordered indifferently. Ancestor Qing AI bowed and led Lin Feng and the others to the guest room to rest. Behind them, Crown Prince Chongyun looked at Tan Yingjie expressionlessly. Lin Feng smiled slightly and no longer paid attention to him. He leisurely followed Ancestor Qing AI to a cave residence and settled down. Sitting in the cave residence, Lin Feng released his divine sense and saw Xiao Budian and Tunten standing outside their cave residence. For eyes stared at the Xingyun Peak outside. Xiao Budian asked softly, "Is there anything delicious on the Xingyun Peak?" He swallowed his saliva. "Of course there is. Celerita's sword sect Zhu Yuha is very famous." Lin Feng shook his head and laughed. He looked at another cave residence. Xiao Yan was sitting cross-legged, silently, with his eyes slightly closed. Apparently, he was making the final preparations. In Yu Hongyan's cave residence, the little girl was also sitting cross-legged, meditating. In terms of the degree of hard work and cultivation, perhaps only Wang Lin could compare with her under Lin Feng's tutelage. Both of them were the same, not wasting a minute or a second. After nightfall, Lin Feng, who was resting in the cave residence, suddenly felt something and sneered, "Do you want to die?" In the middle of the night, one of Shi Chongyun's attendants came to the outside of Yu Hongyan's cave residence. Chapter 247. Lin Feng's divine sense reached out and saw a golden elixir period cultivator dressed in black armor outside Yu Hongyan's cave dwelling. It was one of the attendants who followed Chongyun Crown Prince during the day. He seemed to know that he couldn't hide it from Lin Feng. With a humble smile on his face, he first bowed in the direction of Lin Feng's cave dwelling and then let out a low whistle outside Yu Hongyan's cave dwelling. After doing all this, the person turned around and left. Lin Feng looked on coldly and saw Yu Hongyan quickly leave the cave dwelling with a slightly excited expression on her face. "Master, that person imitated the sound of a beast just now. It's an imitation of a snow civet, a rare beast unique to our Snowgale country. That person might be a compatriot of our Snowgale country." Even though his emotions were fluctuating, Yu Hongyan still reported to Lin Feng at the first moment. Lin Feng sat still in the cave dwelling. He smiled and transmitted his voice to her. "Then let's follow and see." Yu Hongyan took a deep breath and calmed herself down before chasing after the person. The person walked towards the depths of the Xingyun Peak. Yu Hongyan calmly followed behind, while Lin Feng's divine sense followed them all the way. When they arrived in front of a cave, the person stopped and turned around to look at Yu Hongyan with a smile. When Yu Hongyan saw the person's appearance, the smile on her face suddenly became stiff. The excitement of meeting a compatriot in a foreign land disappeared. She looked coldly at the middle-aged man in front of her. Isn't this Mr. Wang Jiannan? When Dog Zhou invaded our Snowgale country, you were the first to submit to him. Why are you now working for the Great Qin Empire? Could it be that even Dog Zhou can't tolerate a traitor like you who betrays his compatriots? Yu Hongyan's style of speaking was the same as her fighting style, straightforward, leaving no room for negotiation. She was no stranger to Wang Jiannan. He was even the first teacher of her, and her brother Yu Hongfeng. But because of this, she hated him even more. Even though Wang Jiannan was mentally prepared, his face still turned red. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions and smiled at Yu Hongyan. Hongyan, you misunderstood. You were still young at the time, so there were many things you didn't know. When the great Zhou dynasty invaded Snowgale, I was indeed among the first batch of people to join them. But that was just feigning civility. My heart has always been on the side of Snowgale. Joining the great Zhou dynasty's camp was just a method to better serve my true goal. Wang Jiannan spoke frankly with assurance. Unfortunately, it didn't work in the end. Snowgale country was still destroyed, so I couldn't continue serving the Zhou Empire. The Zhou Empire is powerful. This is an objective fact. If we want to avenge Snowgale and restore our country, we need external help. The Great Qin Empire is the most suitable help. Seeing that Yu Hongyan didn't speak, he thought that Yu Hongyan was moved by him. He quickly struck while the iron was hot. Hongyan, there is a good opportunity before us. Crown Prince Chongyan will definitely inherit the throne. With his help, we will have the hope to restore our country. Yu Hongyan interrupted him coldly. Why would he help us? Wang Jiannan smiled. Hongyan, I have to say, this is your good fortune. Crown Prince Chongyan had the intention to marry you when he saw you today. Although he already has a concubine, the concubine position is still empty. Suddenly, Yu Hongyan burst into a burst of laughter, his body shaking like a flower. Wang Jiannan's expression slowly changed because he couldn't hear any joy from Yu Hongyan's laughter. Instead, it sounded bitter and resentful. Yu Hongyan suddenly stopped laughing and looked at Wang Jiannan coldly. He said calmly and coldly, Wang Jiannan, I appreciate your master's good intentions. However, Yu Hongyan is just an ordinary person. I don't deserve your respect. You made such a farce to target my master, Xianmen Tianzong, and my master, right? Yu Hongyan raised his head and looked at the dark sky. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land should be a happy event. Who knew that we are already strangers or even enemies? You can fool ghosts with your lies. Yu Hongyan said coldly, Wang Jiannan, leave. I will let this matter go. It is not because you are an old friend, but because this is the Xingyun Peak. It is not convenient for me to fight with you. Wang Jiannan's expression changed slightly. Hongyan, Yu Hongyan said silently, scram. Yu Hongyan, don't be so ungrateful. Wang Jiannan's face showed anger. As a golden elixir period cultivator, he was being disrespected by a foundation establishment stage cultivator, who was also his former student. Whether it was in terms of strength or mentality, Wang Jiannan couldn't suppress his anger. He was not outstanding among the subordinates of Crown Prince Chongyan. It was not easy for him to make a connection with Yu Hongyan and wanted to make a contribution. However, he failed on the verge of success. Yu Hongyan did not give him any face at all, which made him a little angry. Looking at Wang Jiannan coldly, Yu Hongyan's face was expressionless. His reply was still only one word: scram. Think about what happened today carefully, but don't blame me for not warning you. Crown Prince Chongyan won't wait for you for long. Wang Jiannan stared at Yu Hongyan. After a long while, he finally suppressed his anger and said patiently, scram. Yu Hongyan glared at him. Red flames danced in his eyes. Wang Jiannan flung his sleeves and walked away with a pale face. Yu Hongyan stared at Wang Jiannan's back. His fists were already clenched. After a long while, he said hoarsely, "Master, I want to kill him." Lin Feng's figure stepped out from the void beside her. He said calmly, "Don't be impatient. I will give you the chance very soon." He turned to look at Yu Hongyan. "Are you more disappointed or angry?" Yu Hongyan pursed his lips and sighed after a long while. "Disappointed." Lin Feng faintly smiled. "Let's go back and rest." The corner of his mouth slightly curled up. "Tomorrow will be very lively." As Lin Feng expected, the next day was indeed very lively. However, the first to make a fuss were none other than Xiao Budian and Tunton. "Didn't you say there was a Zhu Yuha? Why can't I see one?" Xiao Budian complained while roasting a piece of snake meat on the fire. It was the jade cloudhorn snake they had caught earlier. Tunton curled his lips. "I caught it outside. Now that it's on the cloud-traversing peak, there must be a special place for it to be raised. The cloud-traversing peak is such a big place. I don't know where it is exactly." She also grabbed a small branch and roasted the snake meat. She muttered, "Your way of eating is so troublesome. I used to swallow it in one gulp." "That's because you're stupid. You don't know how to enjoy good food. It's a waste no matter how much you eat," Xiao Budian said without raising his head. Seeing that the snake meat in his hand was done, he hurriedly raised it in front of Lin Feng with a flattering expression. "Master, try it first." Lin Feng looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. "Oh, why did you think of showing filial piety to your master today? Didn't you always take care of yourself first in the past?" Xiao Budian's skin was also thick. Hearing this, he giggled. The things in the past weren't good enough. "Today's jade cloud-horned snake smells really good." Lin Feng took the snake meat and said with a smile, "All right, what do you want to do? Say it." "Master, you really understand me." Xiao Budian scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, "Master, can you ask the people from the Cellerita's sword sect where they raise their Shuyuha?" Lin Feng said, "Can't you ask yourself?" "I've already asked." Saying this, Xiao Budian glared at Tunton in dissatisfaction. "But this guy exposed himself. They know he's a Tao Tai and won't tell me the location of the Zhu Yuha no matter what." Hearing this, Tunton curled his lips and didn't say anything. Clearly, he was also very regretful. "I originally thought that alerting the enemy was also good, secretly following them. They might go see if there's a problem with the Zhu Yuha, or move the Zhu Yuha from its original location to hide in another location," Xiao Budian said in annoyance. Who knew that this Cellerita's sword sect has an expert who can really keep his cool? "I squatted for half a day and still couldn't find the specific place where they raised the Zhu Yuha." At the side, Xiao Yan and Yu Hongyan, as well as Jieyu, couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Yan patted Xiao Budian's shoulder. "You glutton, you're just stubborn enough and smart enough when it comes to eating." Yu Hongyan glanced at Lin Feng. "Since you guys have already been exposed, even if Master goes to ask, I'm afraid it wouldn't be too good." Xiao Budian smiled and said, "Fourth senior sister, words can't be said like this. They can refuse to tell me, but if Master says that he wants to see the Zhu Yuha, the Cellerita's sword sect can't give him face." Yu Hongyan smiled. She naturally knew that if Lin Feng opened his mouth to ask, the Cellerita's sword sect would definitely have to answer. But wouldn't that sweep Lin Feng into the ranks of foodies? Xiao Budian actually also understood this logic, so he looked at Lin Feng rather embarrassedly. Lin Feng lightly smiled, poking the little guy's forehead. "No need for Master to say. You also don't need to be anxious. Before long, the Cellerita's sword sect will take the initiative to deliver themselves to our doorstep." Xiao Budian's eyes lit up. Just at this time, a voice suddenly sounded out from outside the cave. Celerita's sword sect disciple, Zhao Yan, has specially come to pay a visit to the junior brothers of Xianmen Tianzong. Xiao Yan and the others glanced at each other, all somewhat baffled. Looking at Lin Feng indifferently said, "Aren't they here?" "Master, who is this person?" Xiao Budian's eyes swiveled around. Thinking about it, he knew that it was impossible for the Celerita's sword sect disciples to take the initiative to send the Zhu Yuha for him to eat. After Yu Hongyan carefully recalled for a bit, he said, "Zhao Yan, I have an impression of this name. He seems to be the most outstanding genius of the Celerita's sword sect's younger generation disciples. A little over 100 years old, and already at the late stage of the golden elixir stage. Everyone is optimistic that he will form the Yuanying stage within 100 years, and is quite famous in the entire divine land." Xiao Yan's gaze flashed, looking at Lin Feng. "Master, this guy is here to look for trouble." Lin Feng casually said, "Celerita's sword venerable should disdain to do this kind of petty action. It might be the idea of the Yuanying stage elders in the Celerita's sword sect." Xiao Yan chuckled, saying to Xiao Budian, "And Yu Hongyan, since he came to our doorstep, then let's welcome him together."